Simula na. Lambang yung Kukuys, guys. Game 3 na po, mga kaibigan. Kukuys tayo dito. Kukuys for the win. Kahit ano, kahit sinong pumasok siguradong may Pinoy. Nay, nahabol na ni Araman si Januel. Inabot dito yung gyro counter pero makakatakas pa. Ayan na po, yung undying na lang yung pinagtripan dito. Pero ang kunat ha, mamamatay pa ata si Julie dito. Then Sanity pumasok. Nandudura. Sinusubukang patayin si Jackie Boys pero ayan na nga, pinasok na ni Armel. Nako po. Tagilid yung boom dito. Armel, hinahabol pa rin ha. $5K gold din para sa ating Kukuys. 440 ng score. Pag nalalo ang Kukuys, pag nag-qualify, mamimigay tayo ng Steam credit. 100 Steam credit.
Middle tower is under attack.
That's for me.
Ay, sabi ni Eagleman dito, bakit daw nasa dulo ang taba ng barbecue? Para makain mo pa yung laman, kasi pag nauna mong kinain yung taba, makakatakihin ka na sa puso.
Are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Chill lang tayo dito guys. Watch party. Ito pinagbabalakan na yung Tormentor. Tinitigan ni Cox at Ponyo, hindi lamang gagawin. May smoke naman dito yung Bumi Sports. Ayun na, kanino napunta? Kay Jewel napunta yung ano. So may jetpack na siya, pwede na siya mag-fly away. Naramdaman dito ng Kukuys, may masamang binabalak yung Bumi Sports. Napapabait lang yung layo, no? Kabisado na laro ng isa't isa. Ito, may smoke naman yung Kukuys. Sino kaya mahuhuli? Magkakasalubungan sila sa top lane, no? Di pala. Kasi meron ka. Ito, nirosyo na lang nila. And Rocket, na-scout dito si Earthshaker. Mukhang sa kanila na to. Bibigay na ng Bumi Sports to. Patay yung Magnus. Nalingat lang ako, namatay. Gago, muntik pa mamatay si Insanity.
And it's off.
Ito, Mac going for BKB. Si Armel, BKB din ang naka-Q. Ayun na. Lock ko, na-echo slam sa mukha. -1 para dito sa Kukuys. Then Sanity going for Sanken ni Asha.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Top network natin.
Dire's top tower is under
Top
attack.
network natin si Dieselbox.
Tower is under attack.
Ayan na, tumatrabaho lang si Sanity dito. 550 ng ating score, 7k gold deal para dito sa ating Kukuys.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Uy, munti ka na boy. Di sila ayaw lumaban ng Boom Esports dito ha. Pinapa-expire lang nila yung ID sa buksan. Medyo mahirap patayin yung Bristle ba kay marami kang skill na magagamit bago mo ma-burst.
Use 'em.
Eto, nakita sila yung bloke-bloke yung bawas, ginawang palaka dito yung Bristleback. Pero mamamatay ata, rolling boulder, pumasok na si Armel. And wala nang kasunod. Hindi na lumaban dito yung Boom Esports.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Pinapanata na yung Torre dito, second tower. Sa middle lane mo,
Radiant's middle
down
tower
na.
is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Si Jackie Boys, anong gamit ni Jackie Boys? Going for Silver Edge para kay Bristleback. Pambreak ng
Radiant's top tower is
kanyang
under
kunat.
attack.
Ito si FBZ. Pinapaulo na ng sumpa. Ito pumasok na si Clockwork. Napakaganda mo pero sa tama overburst dito. Pumasok sa kamatayan pero dito sa gilid. Pinabanatan yung dito ang dying pero makunat Nako, nag-miss pa yung stun dito ni Lion. Mamamatay ata si Armel dito. Aray ko po, si Sanity gusto pa rin lumaban, mamamatay na yung Blizzard. Yung undying. Ito si Cox, hinahabol si Gyrocopter. Gusto pa rin na lumaban dito kahit outnumbered sila. Ano, ang kunat
Now I feel better.
Anong gamit ni Cox? Armlet, Dagger, SNY. Status resistance pa rin doon. 25% status resistance. Tumama yung hook ni Jewel kanina pero ano eh, walang palo. So smoke para sa Bumi Sports. Maghahanap na naman sila ng pagkain dito. Hindi nila kaya i-goyin si Bristleback eh. Ayun na, nahuli na naman si Jewel. Naku po. Pero napalubog pa, buhay pa, papasok pa dito yung ano, yan na si Armel. Papasok ba? May hook shot, ginamit na nga dito, tinamaan yung Lion. Tumalo na dito si Cox. And na-burst na yung Lion dito, Lion is down. Pero ito na, pagbakbakan si Armel sa tatlo. Naipit siya dun. Tapos Jewel, buhay pa din. Reverse polarity ginamit na. Aray ko po, ang sakit, pinalo ng maso. Pero ito si Cox, then Sanity. Buhay pa din. Nalipad na yung manananggal.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Anong kinuha ang talent na yan? Innate ability, yung mayroong future.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Naku, lalim mo Cox ha, ginawa ng palaka pero makakatakbo ang bilis. Pumasok si Joey, grabe talaga. Huli ko naman dito yung Undying pero makunat yan. Tombstone ginamit ako, inuuna na dito yung Lion pero nakapag-glimmer cake. Mabubuhay pa ata, na-stand pa dito yung ating Bristleback pero makunat yan. Yung Gyrocopter nakapag-BKB na nga po pero ito BKB TP lang ang ginawa, pinantakas lang. Grabe, namatay din yung Bristleback, masyadong malalim. Ito, FBZ. Pinagbabalakan. Dalawa sila dito ha. Pero ito may nahuli sa likod. Gyrocopter, anong ginagawa mo? Yung dalawa. Naipit na nga po. Cox lumapit na dito. Reverse polarity ginamit na pero kulang sa damage na palubog po dito yung ating Night Stalker. Naku po, nabaligtad pa sila. Yun, nahuli pa si Jewel. Naku po. Takbo kaibigan.
Dire's courier has been killed.
4-1, nahuli nila yung gyro dun pero sapat pa rin yung damage ng Boom Esports. Ayun, ito mag-Rosha na sila.
Dire are scanning.
Medyo nakukulakan sa damage tong Kukuys. Wala silang yung papalo talaga na puro DPS. Hindi, ito yung Aegis of Immortal natin sa Boom Esports naman napunta. Mabubuo na dito yung buo na yung SNY dito ng ating Bristleback. Going for Assault Keras naman ang sunod na naka-queue.
Radiant are scanning.
Ang lakas sa clash na itong Boom Esports. Second Tormentor.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Mapupunta kay Disruptor kay Shadow Demon.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Naka-smoke dito yung Kukuys. Gusto nilang i-defend yung second tower dito sa top lane.
Homing in.
Makikita ata nila dito yung layo. Ayun na, gabi na, magtago na kayo. Kaya dito inuna na naman si Undying, pero hindi na burst and binabarata ng Kukuys. Reverse polarity ginamit sa dalawa na Echoes lang. Aray ko po, naka-BKB lahat. Walang pumapasok na damage dito for Kukuys. Grabe naman na nga po, nag-iisang buhay. Pero si Cox gusto pa rin lumaban. Pinalo-palo na dito yung Gyrocopter pero naka-TV pa. Iwang ka na boy. Ito si Magnus lumalaban sa cancer pero mamamatay pa si Cox ata. Pero may magic stick. Na. Magic stick ba yun o Lotus? Grabe naman si Densari. Bloko-bloko yung bawa sa tower. Naku, nanlambot. Pinoforce yung buyback dito pero parang ayaw dito ng Boom Esports mag buyback. Bibigay na lang nila tong middle lane.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Ayun na, pumasok sa Bristleback ng lambot. Pinekos lang sa mukha. Aray ko. Ayun ito, susunod pa dito si Clockwork. Mali yata siya ng pinasok dun. Napalalim ang kuya mo. The pressure buo na dito para sa Earthshaker. At sa tonic naman para dito sa Magnus.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Sakit na ng damage ng ano. Nanlalambot yung mga tore natin dito sa game na to ah.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Ayun na, dead even na yung game natin. Ito may smoke. So na naman lumaban ng Kukuys. At ito, Arwin pumasok na Shivas Guards ginamit. Pero hindi ata inabot dito yung Magnus. Si Januel. Jewel. Ayun na, pumasok dito si Cox. Nasailis na dito yung ating undying Dirt. Echoes lang ginamit na sa likod. Aray ko po. Gyrocopter, free hit. Pero dito si Dansanti naka-BKB din. Bracket barrage ginamit na. Ayun na si Mac. Pinopokus lang dito si Earth. Hindi na pinansin si Dansanti dun ah. Ayun na, patay na dito rin yung ano, Gyro and Magnus. Ay ko po, mahuhuli pa yung Lion. Nako, 4-2 trade for in favor of Kukuys. Papapayosi ko talaga. Ayan na nga, pumasok na si Jewel. Nahulog na naman yung undying. 4 down dito para sa Bumi Sports. Kaya pa ba nilang i-defend to?
Radiant's top barracks has fallen. Radiant's top barracks are under attack. Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
Bombing in. Bombing in.
Dire are scanning.
Tapos din sana yung pinagbabalakan ni Naikos lang na sa mukha pero nakatalikod dyan, makunat. Ayan na. Inugo nyo ako ha. 4 na sila dito ha, na-break na nga po yung next ginaw. Look po, Naikos lang ng lambot dito yung ating reset back. And reverse polarity ginamit na dito para kay Armel. Pero gandang palubog dito kay Shadow Demon. Hinahabol pa si FBC dito. Eh napakaganda naman ng hook shot and power kung gusto ko na dito yung Magnus. Eh mamamatay siya. Nako. Napakasama. Nag-buyback dito yun, ano? Nag-buyback yung Razelback.
Radiant's bottom
Walang buyback dito yung Magnus eh. Yung Lion. Pwede silang mag-force na ng Mega Crips dito. Maganda Ganda
Radiant's
to.
bottom tower has fallen.
Mukhang magka-qualify na Kukuys sa first land tournament nila.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
Ayun
Radiant's
na.
bottom barracks.
Mega Crips. Napakagandang tunog. Ang sarap sa tenga. Sana all. And ito, going for Roshan pa para ma-secure na yung game.
Do it with flair.
Sakit ni Cox eh.
Roshan has fallen to the dark.
Yan, napalubog pa dito si Jewel. Mabubuhay pa tayo. Gusto lang ginamit kay Shadow Demon. Aray ko po. Eh, mamamatay dito yung Clockwork. Nakapag-glimmer cave pa. Napakaganda. Pero si Mac dito, ay na, umatras na. Hindi na kaya kinaya yung damage. Tombstone, binabanatan. BKB na, ginamit dito na din Sanity. Ito mahirap na defend to ha. Last to rock for boom. Naka-smoke sila dito. Pero inatrasan na sila ng Kukuys. Ano, si Cox naghahanap na naman, ginawang palaka. Huli siya doon. Pero ito si Armin pumasok na si Basgard, ginamit dito yung gyrocopter. Ito may nahuli sa likod, Lion, nakapag-glimmer cage. Yan na, sinisip-sip na ng mana dito yung ating gyrocopter. Pero ko, napakagulo na ng laban. Ito lang ginamit ng po eh, Shadow Demon is down. Papasok naman dito si Fox.
Radiant's middle tower is falling. Radiant's ancient is under attack.
Naku. Oh, mahuhuli na yung gyrocopter dito. Napatay pa yung clockwork. Two for two trade lang para sa ano dito. Sa ating boom and Kukuys. Ayaw sukuha ng boom esports. Pumupuso pa yung boom dito. Ayun na nga, nahuli yung clockwork dito. And reverse polarity namin sa likod. Pero walang follow-up damage. And ito, nagwawala na dito si Bristleback. Binabanata ng gyrocopter. Exposed na dito yung throne ng Boom Esports. And tinatrabaho na nga ni Cooks dito. And Kukuys. Naku, nag-45 pa. Pagkakabot na ito sa finals yung Kukuys dito sa wakas. Insanity triple kill and GG tinawag na nga po. Napakaganda. Who's the problem? And ito, Kukuys mag-advance sa grand final ng ES1 Raleigh Southeast Asia Close Qualifier. And hintayin natin magsisimula rin yan agad-agad.
City lights are glowing, it's pouring down the lane. The beat is steady flowing like the smoothest sugar cane. Walking through the puddles with my sneakers soaked in sound. The city's got that hustle, ain't no better place around. Listen to the raindrops, they tapping out that beat. Clap, clap. Umbrellas dancing softly in that fresh and funky street. Silhouettes and shadows, they're swaying in the night. Shaking, grooving to the echoes neath the soft and misty light. Let's go! Lo-fi city funk, let the rain come down. Grooving to the rhythm in this funky town. Get down. City funk, yeah, the rain's my jam. Tap your feet in this lo-fi glam. Yeah. Traffic lights are blinking, they flashing in the blues. Flash, flash. Every step is sinking to the city's funky news. Working. Raindrops on my jacket, drumming out a tune. Tap, tap. Catching vibes and grooves underneath the moon. A smooth move. Feel the misty magic as we moving through the night. Oh yeah. A lo-fi life's fantastic when the city's out of sight. Let it flow. Every splash is perfect, every beat is pure. Pure. In the rain's reflection, grooving depths obscure. Oh, here we go. Lo-fi city funk, let the rain come down. Grooving to the rhythm in this funky town. Get down. City funk, yeah, the rain's my jam. Tap your feet in this lo-fi glam. Yeah. City lights so bright, late night feels alright. Stars up in the sky, time just drifting by. Chill vibes on my mind, internet or lifeline. Scrolling through these dreams, life in pixel streams. Lo-fi love so pure in this moment, sure. Drowning out the noise with our silent joys. Headphones in a daze, lost in lo-fi maze. Heartbeat syncs with beat underneath the sheet. Memes and midnight snacks, we got each other's backs. Digital becomes real in this vibe we feel. Lo-fi love so pure in this moment, sure. Drowning out the noise with our silent joys. Headphones in a daze, lost in lo-fi maze. Heartbeat syncs with beat underneath the sheet. Memes and midnight snacks, we got each other's backs. Digital becomes real in this vibe we feel. Lo-fi love so pure in this moment, sure. Drowning out the noise with our silent joys. Your laughter fills the night so clear. Stars are winking as you draw near. Under the moonlight we stay free. Your heart's the rhythm of my sea. The oceans whisper in the breeze, soft touch like leaves upon the trees. Your smile's a light that guides my way. With you I drift to endless day. In your eyes I find my home, never in this world alone. Your love's the warmth that soothes the cold. Together young though we grow old. The world can fade to shades of gray. With you each dawn brings new array. We'll dance until the break of day. In love's embrace we'll softly sway. No need for words, just this we know. Our hearts beat fast and soft and slow. A journey that we'll take in stride, forever anchored by your side. In your eyes I find my home, never in this world alone. Your love's the warmth that soothes the cold. Together young though we grow old. Sweet love, I miss your touch. Your voice, it heals me much. Long distance ain't no game, but our hearts, they burn the same. Stars above, they comfort me. Your eyes is all I see. Oceans wide cannot break the love no storm can shake. Hold on, my love, we're strong. Together we're right where we belong. Miles apart can't tear us down. In your love, babe, I'll never drown. Every night I dream of you. Our love pure and it's true. Patience grows with every day. Soon we'll become what may. Letters and texts, they make me smile. We'll close the gap just for a while. Promise me you'll stay alright. In my arms, hold you tight. Hold on, my love, we're strong. Together we're right where we belong. Miles apart can't tear us down. In your love, babe, I'll never drown. Letters and texts, they make me smile. We'll close the gap just for a while. Promise me you'll stay alright. In my arms, hold you tight.
Under the moonlight we sway, where the stars meet the bay. Your smile the only light, we'll dance through the night. Palm trees whisper our names, in your eyes I see flames. Every moment feels right, melodies in the night. Saw you by the ocean's edge, took a vow never to hedge. Love flows like tide so free, just you and me by the sea. Days blend into lazy dreams, sweet as tropical creams. With you time takes a pause, in your heart my solace. Wasting our love like we sway, where the stars meet the bay. Your smile the only light, we'll dance through the night. Palm trees whisper for our names, in your eyes I see flames. Every moment feels right, melodies in the night. Palm trees whisper our names, in your eyes I see flames. Every moment feels right, melodies in the night. Palm trees whisper our names, in your eyes I see flames. Every moment feels right, melodies in the night. Saw you by the ocean's edge, took a vow never to hedge. Love flows like tide so free, just you and me by the sea. Days blend into lazy dreams, took a vow never to hedge. Love flows like tide so free, just you and me by the sea.
silence of the night we lay in bed. Words unspoken drifting in my head. Your eyes, they tell a story never said. Love unvoiced but deeply felt and fed. Morning sunlight peeking through the blinds. Silent whispers tangled in our minds. Fingers trace a path we cannot find. Heart's secret language always kind. Unspoken feelings floating in the air. The quiet moments show we both still care. Beneath the words we'll find it where our love is strong beyond compare. Your smile, it tells me everything I need. No word could match this love we silently feed. In the quiet comfort, there's a creed. Unwritten vows our hearts will always heed. In each soft embrace, a silent plea. Every touch a verse of our life's decree. Our souls entwined in whispered symphony. Unspoken yet deep like the sea. Unspoken feelings floating in the air. The quiet moments show we both still care. Beneath the words we'll find it where our love is strong beyond compare. Your smile, it tells me everything I need. No word can match this love we silently feed. In the quiet comfort, there's a creed. Unwritten vows our hearts will always heed. Your laughter fills the night so clear. Stars are winking as you draw near. Under the moonlight we stay free. Your heart's the rhythm of my sea. The oceans whisper in the breeze. Soft touch like leaves upon the trees. Your smile's a light that guides my way. With you I drift to endless day. In your eyes I find my home. Never in this world alone. Your love's the warmth that soothes the cold. Together young though we grow old. The world can fade to shades of gray. With you each dawn brings new array. We'll dance until the break of day. In love's embrace we'll softly sway. No need for words, just this we know. Our hearts beat fast and soft and slow. a journey that will take in stride, forever anchored by your side. In your eyes I find my home, never in this world alone. Your love's the warmth that soothes the cold, together young though we grow old. Sweet love, I miss your touch. Your voice, it heals me much. Long distance ain't no game, but our hearts, they burn the same. Stars above, they comfort me. Your eyes is all I see. Oceans wide cannot break a love no storm can shake. Hold on, my love, we're strong. Together we're right where we belong. Miles apart can't tear us down. In your love, babe, I'll never drown. Every night I dream of you. Our love pure and it's true. Patience grows with every day. Soon we'll become what may. Letters and texts, they make me smile. We'll close the gap just for a while. Promise me you'll stay alright in my arms. Hold you tight. Hold on, my love, we're strong. Together we're right where we belong. Miles apart can't tear us down. In your love, babe, I'll never drown. Letters and texts, they make me smile. We'll close the gap just for a while. Promise me you'll stay alright in my arms. Hold you tight. Lonely waves, they crash so slow underneath the midnight glow. Memories drift with the tide. Where love was lost, you can't hide. Palm trees sway in gentle breeze, soft regrets that never cease. Whispers of the past so near, echoes of your voice I hear. Where did you go? My world fell apart. Left me with this lonely heart. Under the stars, feeling so small. Missing you, my downfall. Moonlight dancing on the shore. Thought we'd last forevermore. But now I'm left with empty sand, reaching out for your hand. Nighttime brings those haunting thoughts, tangled dreams and twisted knots. Searching for the peace we knew. In the nights I cry for you. Where did you go? My world fell apart. Left me with this lonely heart. Under the stars, feeling so small. Missing you, my downfall. Moonlight dancing on the shore. Thought we'd last forevermore. But now I'm left with empty sand, reaching out for your hand. Nighttime brings those haunting thoughts, tangled dreams and twisted knots. Searching for the peace we knew. In the nights I cried for you. Where did you go? My world fell apart. Left me with this lonely heart. Under the stars, feeling so small. Missing you, my downfall. Raindrops on the window pane, whispers in the pouring rain. Lonely nights that feel the same. I've been lost since you came. Shadows on the empty streets, echoes where our hearts would meet. Every step feels incomplete. The world's gone off the beat. Say you love me one more time. Hold me till the stars align. Even if the sun won't shine, I'll be here, you'll be mine. Memories like static tide, washing all the tears I've cried. In this ocean hearts collide. Broken but I'll stay beside. Dreams we had now out of reach, like gold shells upon the beach. But if love is here to teach, I'll learn the words you preach. Say you love me one more time. Hold me till the stars align. Even if the sun won't shine, I'll be here, you'll be mine. stars align. Even if the sun won't shine, I'll be here, you'll be mine, be mine. In the silence of the night we lay in bed, words unspoken drifting in my head. Your eyes, they tell a story never said, love unvoiced but deeply felt and fed. Morning sunlight peeking through the blinds, silent whispers tangled in our minds. Fingers trace a path we cannot find, heart's secret language always kind. Unspoken feelings floating in the air. The quiet moments show we both still care. Beneath the words we'll find it where our love is strong beyond compare. Your smile, it tells me everything I need. No word could match this love we silently feed. In the quiet comfort, there's a creed, unwritten vows our hearts will always heed. In each soft embrace, a silent plea, every touch a verse of our life's decree. Our souls entwined in whispered symphony, unspoken yet deep like the sea. Unspoken feelings floating in the air. The quiet moments show we both still care. Beneath the words we'll find it where our love is strong beyond compare. Your smile, it tells me everything I need. No word can match this love we silently feed. In the quiet comfort, there's a creed, unwritten vows our hearts will always heed. Your laughter fills the night so clear. Stars are winking as you draw near. Under the moonlight we stay free. Your heart's the rhythm of my sea. soft touch like leaves upon the trees. Your smile's a light that guides my way. With you I drift to endless day. In your eyes I find my home, never in this world alone. Your love's the warmth that soothes the cold. Together young though we grow old. The world can fade to shades of gray. With you each dawn brings new array. We'll dance until the break of day. In love's embrace we'll softly sway. No need for words, just this we know. Our hearts beat fast and soft and slow. A journey that we'll take in stride, forever anchored by your side. In your eyes I find my home, never in this world alone. Your love's the warmth that soothes the cold. Together young though we grow old. Sweet love, I miss your touch. Your voice, it heals me much. Long distance ain't no game, but our hearts, they burn the same. Stars above, they comfort me. Your eyes is all I see. Oceans wide cannot break the love no storm can shake. Hold on, my love, we're strong. Together we'll right where we belong. Miles apart can't tear us down. In your love, babe, I'll never drown. Every night I dream of you. Our love pure and it's true. Patience grows with every day. Soon we'll become what may. Letters and texts, they make me smile. We'll close the gap just for a while. Promise me you'll stay alright. In my arms, hold you tight. Hold on, my love, we're strong. Together we're right where we belong. Miles apart can't tear us down. In your love, babe, I'll never drown. Letters and texts, they make me smile. We'll close the gap just for a while. Promise me you'll stay alright. In my arms, hold you tight. Lonely waves, they crash so slow underneath the midnight glow. Memories drift with the tide. Where love was lost, you can't hide. Palm trees sway in gentle breeze, soft regrets that never cease. Whispers of the past so near, echoes of your voice I hear. Where did you go? My world fell apart. Left me with this lonely heart. Under the stars, feeling so small. Missing you, my downfall. Moonlight dancing on the shore. Thought we'd last forevermore, but now I'm left with empty sand, reaching out for your hand. Nighttime brings those haunting thoughts, tangled dreams and twisted knots, searching for the peace we knew. In the nights I cry for you. Where did you go? My world fell apart. Left me with this lonely heart. Under the stars, feeling so small. Missing you, my downfall. Moonlight dancing on the shore. Thought we'd last forevermore, but now I'm left with empty sand, reaching out for your hand. Nighttime brings those haunting thoughts, tangled dreams and twisted knots, searching for the peace we knew. In the nights I cry for you. Where did you go? My world fell apart. Left me with this lonely heart. Under the stars, feeling so small. Missing you, my downfall. Raindrops on the window pane, whispers in the pouring rain. Lonely nights that feel the same. I've been lost since you came. Shadows on the empty streets, echoes where our hearts would be. Every step feels incomplete. The world's gone off the beat. Say you love me one more time. Hold me till the stars align. like static tide, washing all the tears I've cried. In this ocean hearts collide, broken but I'll stay beside. Dreams we had now out of reach, like gold shells upon the beach. But if love is here to teach, I'll learn the words you preach. Say you'll love me one more time, hold me till the stars align. Even if the sun won't shine, I'll be here, you'll be mine. Say you love me one more time, hold me till the stars align. Even if the sun will shine, I'll be here, you'll be mine, be mine. In the silence of the night we lay in bed, words unspoken drifting in my head. Your eyes, they tell a story never said, love unvoiced but deeply felt and fed. Morning sunlight peeking through the blinds, silent whispers tangled in our minds. Fingers trace a path we cannot find, heart's secret language always kind. Unspoken feelings floating in the air, the quiet moments show we both still care. Beneath the words we'll find it where our love is strong beyond compare. Your smile, it tells me everything I need. No word can match this love we silently feed. In the quiet comfort, there's a creed, unwritten vows our hearts will always heed. In each soft embrace, a silent plea, every touch a verse of our life's decree. Our souls entwined in whispered symphony, unspoken yet deep like the sea. Unspoken feelings floating in the air, the quiet moments show we both still care. Beneath the words we'll find it where our love is strong beyond compare. Your smile, it tells me everything I need. heart's the rhythm of my sea. The oceans whisper in the breeze, soft touch like leaves upon the trees. Your smile's a light that guides my way. With you I drift to endless day. In your eyes I find my home, never in this world alone. Your love's the warmth that soothes the cold, together young though we grow old. The world can fade to shades of gray. With you each dawn brings new array. We'll dance until the break of day. In love's embrace we'll softly sway. No need for words, just this we know. Our hearts beat fast and soft and slow. A journey that we'll take in stride, forever anchored by your side. In your eyes I find my home, never in this world alone. Your love's the warmth that soothes the cold, together young though we grow old. Sweet love, I miss your touch. Your voice, it heals me much. Long distance ain't no game, but our hearts, they burn the same. Stars above, they comfort me. Your eyes is all I see. Oceans wide cannot break the love no storm can shake. Hold on, my love, we're strong. Together we're right where we belong. Miles apart can't tear us down. In your love, babe, I'll never drown. Every night I dream of you. Our love pure and it's true. Patience grows with every day. Soon we'll become what may. Letters and texts, they make me smile. We'll close the gap just for a while. Promise me you'll stay alright. In my arms, hold you tight. Hold on, my love, we're strong. Together we're right where we belong. Miles apart can't tear us down. In your love, babe, I'll never drown. Letters and texts, they make me smile. We'll close the gap just for a while. Promise me you'll stay alright in my arms, hold you tight. Lonely waves, they crash so slow underneath the midnight glow. Memories drift with the tide. Where love was lost, you can't hide. Palm trees sway in gentle breeze, soft regrets that never cease. Whispers of the past so near, echoes of your voice I hear. Where did you go? My world fell apart, left me with this lonely heart. Under the stars, feeling so small, missing you, my downfall. Moonlight dancing on the shore, thought we'd last forevermore. But now I'm left with empty sand, reaching out for your hand. Nighttime brings those haunting thoughts, tangled dreams and twisted knots, searching for the peace we knew. In the nights I cry for you. Where did you go? My world fell apart, left me with this lonely heart. Under the stars, feeling so small, missing you, my downfall. Moonlight dancing on the shore, thought we'd last forevermore. But now I'm left with empty sand, reaching out for your hand. Nighttime brings those haunting thoughts, tangled dreams and twisted knots, searching for the peace we knew. In the nights I cried for you. Where did you go? My world fell apart, left me with this lonely heart. Under the stars, feeling so small, missing you, my downfall. Raindrops on the window pane, whispers in the pouring rain. Lonely nights that feel the same. I've been lost since you came. Shadows on the empty streets, echoes where our hearts would be. Every step feels incomplete, the world's gone off the beat. Say you love me one more time, hold me till the stars align. waves like static tide, washing all the tears I've cried. In this ocean hearts collide, broken but I'll stay beside. Dreams we had now out of reach, like gold shells upon the beach. But if love is here to teach, you'll learn the words you preach. Say you'll love me one more time, hold me till the stars align. Even if the sun won't shine, I'll be here, you'll be mine. Say you love me one more time, hold me till the stars align. Even if the sun won't shine, I'll be here, you'll be mine, be mine. In the silence of the night we lay in bed, words unspoken drifting in my head. Your eyes, they tell a story never said, love unvoiced but deeply felt and fed.
Nak, onto him. they've been able to control them quite easily. It's not really too concerning here at all for Talon, this Morphling farm. And well, Talon, naturally, as they always do, they'll take their sweet time. They're not in any kind of rush. They'll wait out probably the next Roshan before they get going. Plenty more farm to be had anyway on their 3-core lineup.
This is giving time for Kukuys to farm on exorbitant amount of control. Side of Vice already up on Cox. Again, we're looking at the E-Blade plus the side of Vice being finished up on Armel. He has his Lincolns coming in. He's very safe from that Man of Void coming out on Natsumi. Let's see if Talon can line something up with a smoke. Same smoke comes out from Kukuys though. So some smoke on smoke action. No forward wards to watch either smoke. No scans left either. So chances are someone will have to die here. Issue is, if you find a bigger one on Kukuys or on Talon. Sumi's presenting himself as a target up front, but he's a hard target to pin down. Not the easiest thing in the
now
world.
he's got a full butterfly up on Natsumi as well, so even more challenging to try and kill off. As Abart's going to waveform forward. Natsumi, he's going to make the jump in on Jewel. They'll try for the Tusk first, and Jewel, he does have a Ghost Scepter, so he's going to survive for now as they continue for more with a nice hook shot. They'll catch Cox in the cogs. Jewel will finally go down. Meanwhile, Abart, he does catch off Kuku, but they'll lose Ponyo in the meantime. Buyback is out from Jewel. But they buy back, and the rest of Kukuys, they just immediately retreat. They just don't want this fight any longer. So the buyback kind of just wasted here for Jewel. And in fact, this could be even more to come, because Abart was showing in the mid lane. Talon are unable to catch him this time. But Talon, they're definitely out for blood right now. They know that they can't really be contested in these fights. Looking for even more. They'll head through the Radiant jungle down towards the bottom lane. If Jokam can just catch someone with a hook shot, it should be a guaranteed kill, because he has Natsumi right behind him. Will they fight in this area? I mean, there is some nice vision on the high ground here for the side of Kukuys, and well, the Wolves will scout out that they are around. But Talon, they seem like they're... Oh, in fact, I say they're going to retreat. Natsumi's cutting them off from the back. From the southern side now. They're kind of surrounded here, Kukuys. Kuku's coming in from the top. He's going to show himself to Cox. They'll move in. Hex is out into the Lich. The Glimmer Cape was committed at the very least, so Kuku is actually not dead yet. Now the cavalry is incoming. They're getting cut from every single side here. Kukuys really need to get the hell out. They're on to Cox now. Natsumi trying to deal with the Timber Sword, but Cox, he does get the reactive armor off in time. But he's going to jump in. Kuku is down. Meanwhile, Jewel will die back immediately on the Tusk as Kuku, he's going to buy back on that Lich, and now Natsumi, he's onto a Bart. He wants the Morphling. Natsumi cancelling off the TP of Cox. Well, in fact, not cancelling the TP, but just doing a lot of damage with the Mana Void. We'll take him out as they found 3 for nothing. Well, I suppose they can say 3 for 1 because they did get Kuku, but that's really all they got.
It's not enough to really compensate for that from the side of Kukuys. And it all boils down to just that beautiful envelopment out from Talon. They don't pierce into that area of vision. They knew something was up with a rocket flare vision, that they were just camping around a cliff. And they find a longer flank. Anyway, rather interesting that the side of Kukuys still forced that movement together. Because they also saw on the edge. They saw Jokam starting to back off. They knew the ward was there. They knew there was a chance to regroup. And they just kind of took the wrong bet here on the side of Kukuys. 13k lead coming out for Talon. That's the side of Kukuys.
No. He's alright. There's no Basher. No Mana Void, no Basher and Natsumi. Oh, Abart.
He queues it up right after.
The Wolves are onto him. Jokam's waiting. But nobody nearby to help Jokam. And immediately, Natsumi just buys out a Basher. So he was not happy with not being able to get Armel. Just immediately buys out a Basher afterwards. And now things become infinitely more challenging if you are Kukuys.
Yeah, it's already a very difficult game. This game kind of hinges on you getting really good control off. Like the side of Vice has to connect. You want that secondary side of Vice as well on Armel. You need to get this control in. It's going to be key to look for that burst window. Joel's been stuck in progression for his Ags as well for a long time. Still 2 parts away. And still a ways off from getting gold for any of that. So the kickback potential isn't really there. Whereas for Talon, I mean, you are kind of getting to the point where you're fully slotted up, right? Mikado has that 1 slot left from the Wraith Band. He will go into the Lincoln, so he's not going to be a viable side of Vice target any longer. You've got WS who could still toss out the Boots or the Midas, so maybe the Assault Curious could start to come in for him as well. Maybe even the Ags. Again, he could kind of double down and just bite Natsumi. And that would be a nightmare to deal with on the side of the Kukuys if they're not too careful. Roshan is back up. Talon have control of the pit. No forward vision here from Kukuys, but they should know something's up. They do have a scan ready to go to scout that area if they wanted to contest. Talon not completely going all in though. They know that this is going to be the big fight, and the Wolves are giving some good vision here.
Here we go. Big fight. If Kukuys can win this one out, they turn the game back on its head. Not very easy to get it done though, as Cox immediately
Cox.
jumped. Just destroyed here by Natsumi. Onto more. Armel also getting bashed up. Needs the 4-staff away, trying for the TP out, but he's not going to make it. They've just got so much damage. I think it's about time to call it, maybe, to be honest with you, John. So you just can't see it anymore.
No, you really can't. The fact that Talon rode through the laning phase as well as they did, considering they drafted the AM, top lane was just not under any pressure. I think that's your biggest issue in this game, along with WS just having a free ride to farm down bot. And the fact that Natsumi was finding some openings to just TP in and make some plays certainly led to that prolonged spike from Kukuys where they couldn't really capitalize on Armel getting that quick Spirit Vessel. High ground begins. They don't even need a Roshan. It doesn't last too long here to clear out these objectives either. And a bot against the world just isn't enough. They need Armel. They need Cox. You saw how fast Cox just melted. Like, he feels like a very soft target right now. It's a bot.
God. A bot? He just died to 2 supports, John. Kuku will get the tips. Chain Frost bouncing everywhere. GG is called.
Jeez.
My goodness. I mean, they said they want the head of Kuku here today, John, but Kuku had a different idea. Just showing that even your carry's not good enough to go up against me.
That he is.
Well.
I mean, we heard, we saw the chat. We got some of the messages from the players. We saw our all chat. Our goal is to kill the Godfather today. To be fair, they were killing Kuku quite a fair bit in the early game, right? Like, he had a target painted on his back. But Kuku just says peace. Kuku says peace because Natsumi farms, because WS farms, because Mikado somehow curb stomps Armel in lane with a sniper, which, I mean, yes, it's an easier lane for sniper, but you expect the Kotl to kind of have a little bit more presence, especially since his medium camp, large camp, was left open. He hit that timing with Urn, he hit that timing with Spirit Vessel. It just didn't feel like Kukuys could capitalize. And when they were, again, they were painting that target on Kuku's back. Who cares if the Lich dies? No one cares. There was some pressure onto WS. They were trying to make that lane slow. It was slow, but he did hit Midas fairly quick anyhow, and the farm was just flowing. I think Kukuys, when they see this kind of really slow draft from Talon, they have to be ready to really just snowball. I think they didn't manage to hit those early spikes we were looking for. Despite having the timings on Armel, the movements just didn't line up this time around here, Mike.
And that makes me really upset, John, because we just had to witness an anti-mage winning the game, which always pisses me off. Nevertheless, though, that is going to be game 1 in the books. Of course, it is a best of 5, so plenty of opportunity for Kukuys to try and make try to even out the scoreboard in game number 2. As for Talon, I suppose you just don't change anything. They still looked very, very clean. I don't know what Kukuys can do in this next draft to give themselves a bit of an advantage. We'll wait and see. Maybe you've just got to respect ban out that sniper, because maybe had it not been for Makoto having a really good lane and just finding those very early picks and just stopping all the good ganks that were coming, that could have been a different game. But that sniper having such a dominant laning phase and having a maelstrom at like 8 minutes or something, it was a bit too much. Still, we'll head off to a break. Right after that break, we'll be back with our game 2 of this best of 5 grand final between Kukuys and, of course, Talon Esports.
Shipping my own will with my own mind. Don't talk about me unless you alright. You gon' see I'm finna real free, protecting my energy. I gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't always right. I making changes, I got me a new strut. No more settling, I'm running out of good luck. Never chasing, I attract, I'm busy going up. If you see me, come correct and keep it on the book. Get it, how I live it, that's the motto, how it goes. No more reaching in the distance, hit the lotto, I'm the one. Not denying myself anymore, long for me to feel, yeah. Tell me why you on your knees, yeah. Never thought I had a dream, yeah. Kicking off the covers, I'm too hot for this bed. Give me space, I need to breathe, yeah. Give it face, giving it beautifully, yeah. Yeah, it's just me and my clique, yeah. We might be the hottest, but we let you in. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy. Take the time to breathe and rest. Let yourself feel the best. Feel it all so deeply, so deeply. Divine with how we be, yeah. Aligned with everything, yeah. More than a dream. Vulnerable and strong, yeah, we feel everything. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. Let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got. Sympathy, angel energy, angel energy.
Never pressed, but I got the juice. Taking the lead, that's just what I do. I made mountains move with one hand tied, and still this world ain't satisfied. Everywhere I go, they stop and stare. I tell the truth, I take it there. Call me vicious, persistent, overzealous, that's fine. Main character energy, I stay taking what's mine. You need a foot on the gas, so put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Raising the bar, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad about it. I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the chest, and I don't play no fool. Don't be mad about it. Look, yeah, my name stay in the mouth. Legs got broke, they said cast her. I'm the 911 response in a disaster. I don't ask, I just take. Treat the world like a man, I just blow them away. Yeah, I'm a #1 fan. Don't need a bark, I'm a bite. Switch me on, dark need light. Don't need pity, don't need spite. I just plop, plop, plop on sight. Could take your girl in 2 seconds. I just flash her a smile. I make petty look pretty. They run an inch, I run 3 miles. You need a foot on the gas, I'll put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Raising the bar, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad. Nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the chest,
mouth to the flame. I'm attracted when the doubts start saying my name. I can go there easily, and it's hard to maintain, 'cause I know it's not the world I know, it's me. Believe in every little thing I hear, and no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. It stays coming in waves.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our second game of this best of 5 grand final here between Kukuys and Talon. Talon taking game one, convincing fashion as well, Jonathan. I mean, I appreciate the attempt that was made by Kukuys, but unfortunately they were read quite easily by the side of Talon, who still look pretty uncontestable, if you ask me, here in these qualifiers. What would you like to see changed up, John? If we're going to even out the series 1-1, what are we changing to make that happen?
It's hard to say what really went wrong in the draft. I mean, it's not like you expect yourself to lose to the Anti-Mage and the Lycan, but it does feel like the playstyle of Kukuys slowed down a little bit too much with what tempo we expected him to play with. Talon just had a really good read, mind you. They had such good game sense to dodge out these ganks that were coming in, while Natsumi and WS were still kind of farming up. So I think the key thing might actually be to ban out that Lycan, because I think that Lycan is doing too much work from WS. Even though it's slower in lane, it didn't really pressure a bot in terms of stopping him from farming. He was also just farming up a storm in WS, and he was bottoming out for it, but he still hit that Midas timing, and then he's just scouting around with wolves. He's making sure that the smokes aren't effective. He's ensuring the supports have to spend thousands of gold on sentries everywhere. So it is a worthwhile ban. I'm curious to see if that's the way Kukuys will adjust and what Talon will bring out for us, because they've been running some crazy stuff. This AM to deal with Morphling, I didn't believe in it at first, but it looked pretty amazing in that last game.
5 seconds
And,
remaining.
well, AM's actually a hero, apparently, in some situations, Mikey. It actually does work. Who would have figured?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to give the hero credit, John. I'm not going to do it. Talon are the heavy favorites in this grand final, John. That's what I'm thinking to myself. AM's getting 0 credit from me. You know what? If Talon win with it 3 games in a row, I'll give it credit. If they win 3 times in a row. If they draft it again and again and they win, I'll give it a little bit of credit.
Remaining.
Until then, you ain't getting crap out of me.
Turn to ban.
I don't know if Talon's going to be that crazy, especially since they don't have that access to the sniper. They'll ban out the DOTA and they'll pick up the Doom now for Talon. So they start off with our WS offlane very early on. We're not going to get the Lycan shenanigans coming in, but this does protect you up against stuff like the DK, the Alchemist, the Morphling. Just removing that healing factor on the Doom itself, it's already feeling good. Kukuys will go into the Bristle, so they've got that massive win condition we've seen them play in times prior in that last series. It looked amazing on a bot. I'm wondering which way Talon will go to try to manage this hero. It does feel like you have some options. I think we saw Boom try to go for like a Lion to mana drain away. You do have options, again, that used to naturally be favorable against Bristleback. Stuff like Razor, stuff like Viper. Viper maybe not the most popular, but certainly is an option if you really felt inclined for it. PA with her innate break as well on the shard could be one way. We'll see down the line. Talon did ban out the Lion, so they're not going to have a way. Well, they're not going to have the Lion to drain the Bristle, but they also don't have to worry about the Bristle getting topped up now.
10 seconds
There are
remaining.
a couple of great lane combinations for Kukuys as well, right? Like Bristleback plus Lich could be a really interesting way to go about things if Kukuys will want to double down on that heavy laning presence. Can be one way to get that done. So I'm keen on seeing what Talon will ban out. There's still stuff in the pool like the Lina, like Puck, like Quap, available for both Armel and Mikato. So our mid pools are really wide open as well. And again, Alchemist, DK are still on hand for both sides to consider if it's just left alone here.
Shall see. Final ban to come before we can see some more picks incoming. Bristleback certainly proving to be a very popular pick throughout these SEA qualifiers thus far. Seems like every team just kind of goes back to this hero if they're off to a bad start in their series. So Kukuys is just going to try and show that this hero is as broken as they assume it is to be. Never really like it playing into Doom, but it doesn't really matter too much. We've seen it beat Doom multiple times, so it's fine. There's Kukuys' final ban to come. They'll get rid of the Morphling themselves, that's fair enough. And we're going to go run to the Shadow Demon, which is really not too surprising.
It's been a very high impact hero. It does remove that possibility of just getting a break on Talon's side as well from the support position. You have some good saves for the Bristle, even stalling out the Doom
10 seconds
when it is
remaining.
popped onto Bristle can be a massive thing in just finding your openings in
5
these fights, in a
seconds
very
remaining.
prolonged fight. So I like that from Kukuys. Of course, it also builds up some nice stacks that Bristleback will enjoy if things are going slow. So I'm wondering which way Talon goes now. Again, the draft is fairly open. Lena's still there. Although, again, it's a little bit early for these core picks to come in. We'll go with a Muerta instead, which is a nice way of having some repositional tools, a good silence on hand, a lot of magical damage on hand as well on the ultimate. And there is some flex. Natsumi could play it on safe, although it's not been popular. It's more than likely we get Jokam on the Muerta.
10
And a
seconds
Muerta
remaining.
Doom lane is pretty annoying at the least. Right? Like, there's a lot of good long-range poke. If you get a good creep on WS by his level 3 on Devour, there's just a lot to tie in with the calling and the dead shot. So I like this coming out from Talon. It's a little bit more activity on the off lane. It's a little bit more poke and pressure onto a bot, and they should be able to impact his farm in a meaningful way. As they'll also go back for Kuku's Lich, which did do a ton of work. That Chain Frost, again, having that way of bouncing back on an isolated hero, it is pretty devastating. And it's just this blink rush with a shard that enables you to even look for solo plays if the map is open up enough for it. So can't fault Talon for that.
5
The
seconds
damage
remaining.
reduction is pretty damn good as well into the Bristleback. So you really don't mind this from Talon whatsoever.
You absolutely do not. The Kukuys, how they're going to respond to this, I wonder. Like the think tank for them. Really just another support to come out, I'm sure.
Dire
All the
team
popular supports kind of banned out, but they go for a puck instead. So the Armel puck making its appearance here in this game number 2.
I like it, mainly because you don't have the hard lockdown in these supports. Right, you've got the calling silence, you've got the gaze. That's really it, outside of maybe committing Doom, which you don't necessarily want to do. A little bit of a surprise pick as well for Kukuys going into the Elder Titan. They do have one big support that can soften up all of these targets on Talon quite nicely. And it does tie in for some good team fight. I think this works really nice with a Bristleback, although that does require the ET to be himself up front. But it does provide some good opportunities for some really quick burst plays with the Bristleback shards. So there is a lot of play there. Talon will go into Tiny. So it's looking like we're getting a Mikado Tiny on the mid lane, which is maybe a little bit surprising. Again, the Tiny mid hasn't felt like the most amazing hero. Boom did make it work a while ago. I'm keen on seeing if perhaps this mid lane matchup of Tiny versus Puck can be a little bit nicer. Mind you, it's not the easiest matchup for the Tiny. He does have good cleave damage to kind of poke out, but it can also just be fine for the Puck. As long as you phase shift away the bigger sources of damage, you're kind of happy as a Puck here overall. I am keen on seeing, there's some room to flex on Talon, right? You could flex where to save or Tiny save and run either one as support as well. So it is a little bit more open to close out in this draft, but it does look like Kukuys are expecting that. They show some anticipated respect for something like the Lena ban. I'm wondering if something like the Quap would be consideration. Monkey King was already banned out as well, so you don't have to worry about that terrifying matchup for the Puck. But yeah, Kukuys are keeping that flex in mind here at the very least.
They are. Final bans to come. Lena removed. Timbersaw removed. Kukuys, one more ban to go.
Talon's turn to ban.
Get rid of the Alchemist as well, which has made it all the way to this point. Still a position 1 lacking here for Talon.
DK is still open if Talon wants to take it. And they could actually flex DK into mid and again run Werther a tiny 1, which feels like it could be the way to go, with either one on pause 4 afterwards. I think there is some leeway to get that done. Heck, even a tiny Lich lane with a tiny 1 does look pretty good on paper. You have some mid still available here for Mikado into the Puck. Like, we haven't seen much of the Spirit Brothers, but Ember doesn't look too bad into a Puck matchup. That lane matchup can work fine. Again, there's a Queen of Pain matchup. There's not much lockdown here from Kukuys, so I would say even something like Storm Spirit wouldn't be too bad for Talon. if you're looking to flex Muerta or Tiny away, Storm mid with how mobile it is and how little control you have in Kukuys could be one way. They banned a Night Stalker offlane option for Cox here. And it's time for Talon to show their cards. Time for Master Kuku to reveal which way he wants to take this draft.
Dire team pick.
Close out with the DK. Alright, so again, they can do flex on this. This could be Natsumi DK. It could be Mikato DK. And you run Natsumi Taimi or Natsumi Muerta. Just to kind of get a stable lane on mid. And you're not crushing the puck either way. But you can at least
10
give a better lane out for the
remaining.
Muerta or the Tiny if you do decide to go that route. I'm curious which way it'll go.
5
Because I feel like
seconds remaining.
DK or Tiny mid is both kind of fine. Both options seem alright. So I wouldn't mind either way. I do feel like DK1 is maybe a little bit better because of how fast you can farm. In contrast to the slight pressure you have on DK2 where you kind of need to go blink. You want to show up around the map and that will as well. For Kukuys, the options left for Cox in the offlane, not too wide. It has been a very targeted offlane set of bans here with the Beastmaster and such. There's still something like the Enigma, although we haven't really seen too much of it. I think it's only been FBZ we've been seeing picking that up in these qualifiers at the very least. But that option for teamfights available. Maybe something like a Tidehunter could be fine here as well. Again, assuming that you're not running the Cox Bristleback here. And we'll just run the Bot Bristle. Now, I think the Tide provides you some good team fight. Ties in nicely with, say, your Dream Coil control. Minus armor to play with a Bristleback on hand is already very nice as well. Might be just a little bit more passive, but if you're expecting to lane into Tiny or DK, Tidehunter does fairly fine into that lane matchup.
It certainly does. More pickup is here. Kukuys, what do they want? Offlane or carry? More than likely offlane. It's going to be a TB. Can't believe this hero is still in the pool. Kind of completely forgot it was there. And it's going to be a safe lane TB that we're looking at. Cox going to take the offlane Bristleback for himself. Interesting. I actually don't mind the TB pick at all. I think it's actually quite nice here against what Talon have drafted. Feels like it could be a pretty good game for it.
And it can. I think your presence early on with Reflection's going to be nice. The only source of magical damage you have on Talon that can really burst you is like this early timing on the Tiny for the Blink Avalanche Toss, and Kuku with his Frostbound Chain Frost as well could be a couple of the things. So it shouldn't be too rough for a bot. I'm keen on seeing how well they work this lane. I do want to see some up-tempo on Kukuys, because Talon, with this kind of draft, do look like they're, again, going to take their time. Right? You've got Doom off lane, you've got DK safe. Both of these heroes will need space to just build up. The only one with early tempo here is going to be that Tiny of Mikado. And he does have the backing of a Lich Muerta for him. It's not too bad in trying to look for early kills. But these two other cores are just not going to be contributing too much. So that's going to be the window for Kukuys to play hard and fast. We tend to see stuff like Terrorblade rotating onto the mid for a siege with Metamorphosis at maybe around 7-8 minutes. I kind of want to see that kind of idea for tempo and Kukuys. If not a movement mid, then gate movement across the map. And just try to tie in with, say, the Bristleback of Cox. Like, just slow the game, or kind of speed the game up for the side of Kukuys, and punish Talon for, again, going where they love to go, into a little bit more of a mid-game, late-game tempo, mid to late-game kind of tempo, not really so much on the early game. I do like the lanes you have lined up here on the side of Kukuys. The Terrorblade just doesn't feel like it's going to be threatened. You have all of this illusion spam to play with on your side on top of things. And again, you have some great save potential with Joel on that Shadow Demon. We have seen this hero just ruin a lot of teamfight engagements. It even just, again, stalling out Doom feels awful for the Doom when you're trying to pin down someone big. So I like what I'm seeing coming out here from the side of Kukuys. I think there's a lot of space for them to actually play the game this time around in comparison to game one.
Certainly feels that way. Well, what's the chat, Jonathan? What are they saying this time?
Fox is just saying, "Don't tip me, Kuya Dags." And Natsumi's obviously just saying, yeah, Jing is the problem. Poor Jing, he's not even in this Kukui stack, and he still gets thrown under the bus.
He's the problem, John. Yeah, that's why he's not part of the stack. He was the problem. Shout out to G. Natsumi narrowly avoiding the gank attempt that was incoming here from Kukuys.
30
Vision
seconds
down.
to battle.
They might see Natsumi if he keeps running to the west. Oh, and they do.
Oh.
He breaks the smoke, but he doesn't see him. He doesn't know. Oh, what a shame. He could have just hung by the tier 1 tower, but he decided to head to the west, and he was caught underneath the vision that was just placed. So first blood secured already for Kukuys.
Nice little start there for the Dire side.
Battle
Talon
begins.
should still be getting away with some extra runes, but that's a big trade-off just for the extra rune to give that first blood up. At really sits on to Ponyo, but they are still in position to try to look for more here.
Oh, nice body blocks from Ponyo. It's a lot of damage here on Makoto, and it's going to be another kill. This time, Jewel will be the one to take it on the Shadow Demon. But already 2-0 here for Kukuys. They've started this game on fire.
And that's what we want to see. I want to see that momentum coming out from Kukuys. Play the lanes hard and aggressive, hit this early timing, and punish Talon, because we saw Talon in the last game. They were a little bit slower. They weren't willing to go for all of these openings themselves. They were just waiting for the Kukuys to maybe get a little bit sloppy. And I feel like if Kukuys just clean up their initiation a little bit more, they've got a lot of openings for themselves. So a nice start already to kick off 0-2. We're taking a gander up top, of course. We do have Jokam and WS trying to play poke onto Ponyo and Abat. And this is a decent enough lane for WS. Mind you, once Metamorphosis is up, this can get a little bit dicey. Especially, again, tying in with, say, Natural Order when that is up. There is a lot of output that you can play with here on the side of Kukuys. But for WS, this should just be a farming lane anyhow. Unless you manage to get the dead shot all the way back. It is a little bit harder for you to see that space onto a bot to just melt him. As you have a tick body in that Elder Titan to just throw forward and kind of dissuade him here on the side of town. So we'll see if just how much farm WS gets. If he does decide to go for Devour a little bit earlier as well. Though, there's that dead
Bart,
shot
he's taking
combination.
a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage on a Bart top lane. He'll be okay to survive through it, but gotta be very cautious about that dead shot dragging you back. Again, I appreciate the aggression here from Talon at this top side, just making sure Bart can't have a good game, because it is a good TB game. If you can get off to a good start, if you can buy some space here for a Bart, this should be a very good game for him, just based off the hero matchups he has on the side of Talon.
Kind of works out. It kind of makes it hard for WS to play the game because he has to think about dooming a Bristle or dooming the Terrorblade. We'll see how that choice pans out later on. Of course, the other side lanes down bot, you do have Cox on that Bristle with Joel around. In this lane for the Bristle, early levels aren't the best. There's some good ranged poke here from Kuku and Natsumi. And Natsumi is fairly durable as well on the DK, of course. A little bit of extra armor that the early Quilt Sprays aren't really a threat. They have some good amount of slows and poke. And Cox doesn't have the healthiest amount of mana, although he does have a massive amount of wand charges at the least. It's surprising Natsumi forced this one pretty hard here.
Cox is okay, Natsumi not so much. They're still chasing, they've got him. Another great pickup here for Kuku is Kuku can only do so much to keep his DK alive that time around. Once again, the aggression so far paying off for this Dire side of things.
I'm just surprised Natsumi's looking to play so hard and fast in that lane. I get the pressure of wanting to play into the Bristleback while it's a little bit softer, but he did have that massive amount of wand charges on hand. Like, you were not going to be able to burst that down no matter what. And it just makes it a little bit tougher. You hit level 3, level 2, quilts are up, more damage. That can be a threat now onto Natsumi. And Joel also has 18 charges onto 1, so has enough to keep spamming out the Shadow Poison stacks. That magic damage can pierce through quite well. And so far, all the lanes going cleanly here for Kukuys, but and not really being threatened. Maybe the one lane that's going a little bit towards town is this mid-tiny lane, but it's not like you're pulling massively ahead over Armel. He is keeping pace. Mikado is suffering from that earlier. Not going to be feeling too good about just having slight disparities here and there, although he has managed to get the edge in EXP just a tad bit off of some harder CS secure. I'm wondering if there's going to be play into the 6-minute rune. you've got a lot of action that can come out for both of these heroes with one good rune. So you'd expect that rotation to come in. And it does feel pretty impactful for both side supports if they can get the space to just fight over mid, as we've seen throughout the day. There's been a lot more emphasis on the power and even sometimes the secondary water runes. So that is something to consider there as well. But I think for Talon, it gets worrying coming out of laning. Right? Because, again, you've got the Doom who's just going to be sitting back and farming. You can try to make a play every single time Doom is up, but for the most part, you're just camping that lane in WS and farming up. Same thing goes for Natsumi. And Natsumi has been off to a little bit more of a wonky start on bot, although he is still keeping up in terms of net worth overall. Like, despite all this aggression from Cox, he isn't that high in the net worth charts right now. So, you are still managing this lane as well as you could possibly hope for on Talon, despite kind of finding those shortcomings earlier on there.
Absolutely. Bottom lane, more aggression incoming. Natsumi not looking too safe, so they're going to rotate some heroes down to try and help out. The fight will begin. Ponyo actually dropping extremely low now on the Elder Titan. Does go down. And with the help here from Jokam, they might have enough to deal with Cox. But Cox wants to dive the tier 1 tower. Kuku will drop. Jokam dropping low himself as the Goo does connect to slow him down. Natsumi at least has survived as Jokam's still running. Looks like he'll probably be okay. So 1-for-1 trade. More importantly, though, they keep Natsumi alive, which is what they really wanted.
Radiant are scaring.
Yeah. And they get some punishment, right? Like, that's a big commitment out as well from the side of the Kukuys. Instead of trying to show up in mid, they do have the room to fight over these runes now. And you do get a nice spawn up top for Armel on the regen. So no top-ups for Mikado. Does at least get the TP top-up to consider, but Kukuy's still not out of dodge here.
He certainly has not. Let's go down. Armel able to pick him off. Already again, Kukuy is... The way this game's gone for them to start things off has been very, very strong. You really enjoy seeing this if you are a Kukuys fan. And Talon, I mean, we kind of saw this in game 1 anyway. Like, they do have a bit of a slower start. They're just more interested in securing farm for their cause. And so far, that they are doing so. Once again as well, Makoto finding himself top of the CS board, having a great old time.
Yeah, and all the other cores on Talon are still getting that build-up. WS, still number 2 in net worth, relatively early for that chart, but you know, he's still keeping up. And again, it's kind of Cox suffering. It's this bristleback that's maybe not getting off to the start that you'd want it to, despite that early laning pressure. Natsumi's still able to farm up, keeping some pace in comparison to Abat. Was certainly a little bit easier here for the Terrorblade overall. And the same circumstances are coming out. WS gets a solo lane for the most part. The pressure is diverted elsewhere. So the Doom is going to be able to hit that level 6 spike, and maybe things start to happen off the back of that. We'll get the dive under the tier 1 again.
They certainly will. Still trying to find more, but Natsumi actually going to pick off Cox by the looks of it. Cox is going to go down. These dives not really panning out because Talon are rotating consistently to ensure that Natsumi does remain alive as they do find one. Jokam now being targeted does also go down as Abat doing a lot of damage. Now Armel rotating over, has found the Tiny. They'll stomp him up to boot. Makoto still able to walk out of there. Armel, however, still trying as Abat dropping low, should go down and does. WS now on a Ponyo. Armel's gone too far.
Oh,
the
no.
Doom is out. Talon, they will respond. And WS will walk out with a triple kill.
Oh, that is just ridiculous timing. WS hits 6 off the back of those kills that happen around him off of Abat just being out of position and melting to that burn. And that is just such deep commitment from Kukuys. I mean, I did say I wanted to see aggression from this lineup. It needs to be a little bit more measured because these targets are fairly tanky. And a Tiny has a lot of HP, 1.9k you have to try to eat through on Mikado when he does have these strength boots up. Had a lot to kind of juggle around. You've got Natsumi, who is a little bit softer, but does have a lot of armor to play with. And maybe your response was just a little bit late. Felt like you maybe wanted that earlier. Oh my god. An earlier move out from Armel, but you kill a bot twice now. Doesn't have a TP as well. That is going to slow down his Terrorblade. He's already lagging behind in net worth here, Mikey, with his bristleback. That is a rough time for Kukuys. Off the back of, again, a very forced deep chase there.
Absolutely was. Kukuy is maybe just getting a bit too excited here in this game too. The thing is, they are playing up against Talon. I suppose they feel as though they just need to to play as aggressive as humanly possible with this draft, and I don't necessarily disagree with that sentiment. I think it is very important that they just keep running at Talon, don't give them the openings and the space they need for their cores to get that initial farm that they're looking for. Because we've seen what happens when you do give them that space that they require.
Yeah. And they always do find a way to just build that network up quicker than you'd expect. And the effort was good, but all the cores on Talon right now, even on network at the top, only Armel kind of keeping up pace here on the puck. And it does feel like for Kukuys, this is your one key to tempo later on. And the fact that your hard control for the puck isn't really there, unless you somehow land a great initial stun into, say, the calling to pin down the puck, or you catch him out while phase shift is there and get the calling on top. That's probably your easiest bet. You really don't want to have to commit Doom on WS, because you are concerned about Terrorblade with the Sunder or the Bristleback of Cox maybe running away with the game. It does provide a lot of angles for the puck, because there's so many things to think about here on Talon. Not much to think about in the chase down on Ponyo.
Ponyo. Yeah, it should be a nice easy kill here for Makoto to secure, and he does get it. Definitely not too much to think about. They'll be able to focus down that top tier 1 tower now. And, again, happy days for Talon, as it seems like the game is well and truly back in their favor, and this is where things get scary if you are up against Talon. It's never easy in this position.
No. And they're starting to get that tempo swing with a tier 1 top clear. They already have a nice deep ward by the outpost to watch forward farm. Maybe not getting as much value once the tier 1's gone, but they can start to set up in that deeper top jungle, of course, where a bot is farming. Try to pressure the Terrorblade. It's been a rough time for Cox. Like, again, he was getting good aggression in lane. He's 2 parts into the Ags, but he's still like number 5 in net worth for the cores. Not the best position for the Bristle. And the Ags could help accelerate that farm at the least, so you will have some comeuppance later on. It's just a matter of whether or not that damage is enough for the cores. It should still be enough for all of these supports, but you're dealing with high armor cores in that DK, even in the Doom as well, and the Tiny as Grow comes up. I don't think you're going to be getting Bristleback burst plays onto any of these targets anytime soon. Bit of a smoke out from Talon. They've got that blink on Mikato. They've got the level 3 Avalanche with maxed out toss. So melting their own targets here, it's not going to take too long. They just need to find an angle in. Cox is a little bit deep onto the tier 1, and they don't quite have the forward wards on Talon to fully scout out. So it might be a little bit tougher to kind of identify the targets. Again, the side of Kukuys now playing a lot more reserved than they were a while ago. Just because, again, they missed some of their marks there. So we'll get the rune control for Mikado off the smoke at the least, so Invis could lead to some rotation still. But not finding anything. They've got room for the tier 1, and the defense opportunities for the side of Kukuys, not particularly amazing either. Maybe if you had level 6 on your ET, you had the threat of an Earth Splitter to try to punish if you're clumped up. Could be a little bit smoother. Not quite there either. Still, trying for a smoke on the Kukuys. Don't quite have the blink on Armel, but they do have that little extra damage on the Witchblade. And again, they've got that coil ready.
They do. Will commit. Armel moving in. The Muerta has been caught, so it's probably just going to be Jokam here. Everyone else looks like they've gotten out just fine. Not really the biggest loss in the world if you are either side, and well, that'll be about it. They'll walk away with the easy pick.
You're happy enough in Jokam. WS was right next to him. The fact that it's not the Doom falling part, not the higher network target, not a core, more than enough for you to just kind of be happy here. You are buying space out on Kukuys as well, right? Like Cox gets the right side to farm. In the Ancients, 1 part away now from that Ags. You're getting some space for a bot. Like, there's not been any forward smokes into that top jungle. So the Terrorblade's been allowed to sort of recover into this Manta-style build-up. And that is still set to come up at a very decent time. And Talon aren't keen on clumping up outside of that 1 smoke they made with Mikado just yet. They could try again. They've even got Natsumi around. It looks like they just want a simple take on the tier 1. And they'll be able to find it. Again, the defensive tools for the side of Kukuys, it's starting to come online. At least, you have level 6 up on your supports. You've got a splitter.
Moving in.
Okay.
No? Alright, that's a problem. They will lose the mid-tier 1 tower while they're at it, and well, that's a little bit concerning.
That was quicker than I'd expect. I thought the puck would just be able to dodge out a little bit more. I thought Armel would expect Mikado to be backing up Natsumi in that move. Gets a little bit careless. And punishment is nice and clean. With a mid take and invading this top jungle, it's a lot easier. There's a hell lot of sentries here from the side of Kukuys though to ensure Vision doesn't come in, and they've got some sneaky wards to at least watch WS's hat. But again, you're not in a stable position just yet in Kukuys. Off your core, still somewhat in recovery mode. A bottom network core right now. And Talon are just hitting their strides. All the freest space in the world for Natsumi to hit this S and Y timing. With that Armlet and Mask of Madness already up and running. Quick BKB for WS to sustain true and just find the targets he'd want.
Is under attack.
And the Echo Saber for Mikado not too far off either. So they're starting to hug that top. Maybe could afford to get a couple of more wards, some vision down. They are trying to chase, but again, just a little bit too slow there. Try to catch out a bot, but they are denying map space away. Like, a bot's forced to hug top. The rest of his team is taking this free farm bot, but the Terrorblade's the one struggling. It's an interesting choice to split these resources on the side of Kukuys. That the Terrorblade has to take the riskier farm up top where Talon's constantly presenting themselves.
They're going to find a bot. That's a massive pickoff once again. Very, very tough times here for Kukuys as they're just dropping like flies left, right, and center. Talon just complete control with the 3k advantage now. Not exactly what you wanted to see after that laning stage, but I mean, even the top 3 net worths on the board now, all just the cause of Kukuys. And wow, I mean, if you're, excuse me, rather Talon, and if you're Kukuys, you just need to maybe take it easy for a bit, because you're starting to really fall apart here.
Dire's top tower.
Like, you don't really have a farm bristleback to rely on right now. Like, Cox is going to try now. Ags is up at the very least. Coil is going to lock down the DK, but Natsumi's going to go for the man fight. Meanwhile, Kuku in the middle of nowhere does get caught out, but they're probably still going to find this bristle as they are still trying. Almost there. They'll take Cox down as Jokam's still looking for more. Will not be able to continue. He does drop. So 2 supports for an offlane bristleback. Not really the worst trade either.
Yeah, considering how far behind you are on the side of Kukuys, you do actually get a little bit more for your trouble there. Just a little bit unfortunate on the bounces for Kuku on his Chain Frost coming down into the bottom area where Joel had no one next to him. So he didn't really manage to get the full damage value you'd want to try to turn around. WS, of course, not even bothering to really try to help out too deeply. Does have his BKB fully up. And that is a little bit of a gold injection for the side of Kukuys. Allows them to equalize just a tad bit more. Like, you've got the blink on Armel. It's easier for the puck to start to play this game now. You need more durability up on Cox for sure, and the Ags alone doesn't quite cut it. But at the least, you can expect some plays from RML. So they'll go for a little bit of smoke on the Kukuys, looking for that gate movement into top. And this could be a good ambush to have. Jokam is the one taking forward position, though. WS is hanging further away. And trying to catch a core might be a tricky prospect here.
Well, they're going to find at least one in the support. So Jokam will go down, but that's enough information for Talon to just get the hell out of there. Not really too concerned, and as I say, get out. Natsumi's still waiting to see if he can jump in. Oh, whoopsie daisies. Stuns an illusion of his own teammate. G'day. I guess it happens. Still chasing Cox. Cox is okay for now. Dragon Tail is back up there. Cox is set to fall surely. He'll try to juke them out. He's doing a decent job so far. And it looks like he actually has made it out. Very good.
A little bit of an interesting poke and prod from Talon. Dragon form only half duration, so it's not going to be... They're not going to be too keen to try to push out any further, and they didn't even bring Mikado in. So you don't have your Tiny there with the Avatos to try to instantly nuke. We'll just have to sit back and relax. WS was a little bit... He was very patient. Like, he had Doom on cooldown, so he didn't instantly try to look for that play in on Jokam. But again, that cost him a little bit of an opportunity. I do appreciate the defensive wards coming out here from the side of the Kukuys. Watching that top jungle in a nice off angle, this is one of the harder wards to spot. But they haven't really done anything about Talon's own wards here. Watching into that forward top jungle. And Talon are still trying to play around that vision. Still hanging around. I mean, the 2K advantage at this point, 19 minutes in, not the most meaningful for Talon, considering that strong start. So you have done a great job of kind of recovering on Kukuys. Like, you're hanging in this game, you're pretty much neck to neck. And you're slowly set to scale up as well with all the space given to Abba.
WS maybe could get found out here at the top side of the map. There is a bit of a group up from Kuku as well. Looks like they are currently keeping tabs on Cox. Jewel, probably going to be the easier target. They'll make the jump in. Should be one down eventually here, and they do get it. Jewel is gone. Nice start. Looking for more. Ponyo is going to be able to run away.
Radiant structures are
Talon,
fortified.
they'll accept the kill. Instead, moving into the mid lane where a Bart was showing. They don't really have the gap closed though, because the blink on Makoto was on cooldown, so unable to get within range for the TB. Man, I didn't realize as well how low on net worth a Bart really was right now, but my god, he's really down there.
Radiant's bottom tower
It is not been a good time at all.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. He's just been bottom network core. And it kind of stems back to the choices from Kukuys. Putting the Terrorblade up top to farm, right? They kind of left him to take that difficult position while the forward wards were there from Talon. A little bit of a misplay from Armel. Couldn't quite latch on with the Dream Coil. Doesn't find a freebie kill for himself. And again, like, this Terrorblade, I mean, he has managed to recover, at least. Like, the gap between him and Mikado is not too far. He's only about 1k behind from the highest on his team in Armel. And being 3k behind Natsumi after all of that laning pressure is still a decent space to be in. Talon, interesting spot to catch heroes here.
Yeah, they found themselves in Elder time. Not the biggest deal, but they'll take it. I don't think they can really think about Roshan yet. I mean, they probably could actually, if they really wanted to, but I doubt they'll try. They'll just continue just hunting down, farming up. No need to rush the game once again, as they have found themselves in a pretty clear lead. And if anything, it's Kukuys that need to find a way back into this.
Yeah, it's a matter of when do the Kukuys feel ready to play. Because it just hasn't felt like they've been set to take these fights for 10 minutes now, almost. Like, there's this timing for Cox to hit the BKB. With that front line on the Bristle, maybe your confidence starts to come back in. And you're working on the links for Armel to not just get held back by, say, a Dragon Tail stun. So there are some things to grow into here for Kukuys before getting fully comfy. The side of Talon, though, I mean, you're hitting massive spikes for Natsumi. He's working onto a Silver Edge for a break option onto that Bristle. You've got WS almost done with the Sanjin Yasha. He just kind of needs a little bit more gold in the courier to be up. We'll have that added stat resist and move speed as well to help with the chase down. Even Kuku, right? Like, he's starting to get into that blink that we tend to see on the Lich. He has a shard. Once the blink is up, solo pick-off potential is there. So you can even start to bank on some of the talent supports to make a play for yourself here. Side of Kukuys are smoked up down bot once more. No one from the side of Talon kind of playing here, though. Could maybe try to set up for their own Roche, and it looks like that is the idea. Metamorphosis is ready. It shouldn't take too long with a Bristleback and a Terrorblade on hand. Talon, you cannot afford to give that away for free. It's such an even game that this one advantage on a secondary life can just open things up for the side of Kukuys. See if they make it there in time with this Roche. And it goes quite quick, all things considered.
Yeah, it certainly is. Roshan still going down. I mean, they've got a little bit of time to try and get in there, but Roshan is now officially gone. Cox immediately just going to pick up the Aegis and TP out of there. They are going to leave behind Ponyo, so at least one will go. But Cookie is definitely getting a pretty big win. You know, not giving up the Aegis immediately. Talon probably going to be a little bit annoyed that that happened right underneath their noses. But they tried to get there, John. They just weren't able to get there quite in time. Not the end of the world. They are still definitely the stronger team here in this best of, or rather this game too. And Natsumi's just casually taking both bottom T1 and 2 towers. While that happened, he just doesn't care.
No, I think that's one way to kind of compensate for that. He is, again, very close to that full Silver Edge, has the Shadow Blade set to fly out now. And once you have that break, Cox is going to be a little bit of a sitting duck. Like, he can't afford to go back for the Bloodstone after that slower start. They will at least trade a tier 1 top for the trouble, but trying to commit onto the tier 2 looks like a little bit of a pipe dream at the moment. Natsumi's actually on the hunt. This is This is a little bit scary. If he had
I mean,
backup
Bart's
here,
caught. Jules gonna pop the demonic purge. Makoto just happily jumps in for the quick kill onto the shadow demon. Does save the life of a butt at least, so
Under attack.
you've got that. That's somewhat of a good news.
you know, again, just a little bit keen. Unfortunately, the spacing for Talon doesn't quite lead him to get that timing to just try to crush a bot, especially since he doesn't have Aegis. Would have been a very nice pickup for Talon to try to increase this lead. It maintains at 5k. You've got room down bot now for the side of Kukuys to try it for their own shove. And Jokam is the one to get caught out. Muerta as well, not the biggest target, but hey, we'll take it.
Gets to piece the veil off in time as well. He's actually not dying that quickly. I mean, eventually they should have him, but Makoto's here to help out, and Cox feels the need to just get out of there. So Ponyo's actually just left behind. Even the Muerta not that easy of a target to take down here, and yeah, sadly they have to let it go.
That is not good news for the side of Kukuys. I mean, again, this is their Aegis timing. They kind of want to find as many pickoffs into softer objectives outside, like the tier 2s. Haven't even been able to find any of that. You at least get the BKB up on Cox off the back of that with him not dying. But it doesn't even feel like Talon are playing into Aegis. Feels like they're in control of this game so far.
Okay, that's a big one. Armel is gone now. What is happening?
I mean, to be fair, it's not like you expect the DK to just randomly be running in way beyond his creep wave under Shadowblade. But at the same time, you have to respect the fact that Shadowblade is in the game into the Silver Edge. Like, you're going to have one on Jokam as well. He's starting to save up for his own Shadowblade. Maybe a Silver Edge for that secondary break. A bot?
Let's get caught, but he's alright. He's running out of there. He'll be just fine. Oh boy, he's still just backs against the wall here. At least the Bart now third in net worth is kind of catching up, as Jokam's actually just man-fighting Cox right now. Does get the Rod of Atos off, but there was no real backup, so they do let the Bristleback run. Boy, oh boy, though, it's just the fact that the Muerta is just confident enough to stand there and just keep going. In fact, Cox now being hunted again by Jokam. Be under vision. Meanwhile, Kuku just jumping onto Jewel on his own, and Jewel, I mean, certainly has no way out of this situation. And they might as well just go for the tier 2 top tower while they're here.
Yep. No reason to fear whatsoever. Talon just in complete control, finding all these pickoffs. A bot again. A little bit of a chase does at least have the Hurricane Pike to get out of danger, but it just, we haven't seen any movement out from Kukuys that spells confidence. They're smoked up now. They've got the Lincoln's arm on Armel. This could be the difference maker here.
Oh, they have found Cox immediately though, and with the breakout, the Aegis is just immediately down. They'll pop the Dream Coil out onto this DK. He'll break the coil as well, so Natsumi's dropping pretty low, but Abart's dropping even lower now. Abart is just deleted.
Lord.
Cox still trying to fight, does at least go for Natsumi, but the armor toggles are coming out. Natsumi's actually not dead yet. Cox still desperately trying for the turnaround.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, Natsumi just armor toggles through all of it. Oh boy, it's just so tough.
It
They're
is.
giving no leeway.
There really isn't. Armel?
Oh, what's he gonna do here? He just got to jaunt away.
At least he snipes the one boss that he had to target for, but it's not enough. Again, on the side of Kukuys, they're getting torn apart by Talon. Like, it's this itemization from Talon, as they will find Ponyo in the end.
Are scanning.
A little bit of a revenge out from Mikado on former teammates. You okay?
Yeah, I mean, looks like Jules gonna die. Eventually. And there you go.
I'm trying to find a way for the Kukuys to ride back in. I don't think this Terrorblade is like a great be-all, end-all up against what you have in the DK on hand, right? Like, you already have the Daedalus up on Natsumi, you've got the Doom you have to worry about, you've got all the magic damage still coming in from the Tiny and the Muerta even, and the Lich, which just lingers on forever. They're keeping track of a bot once more, and Talon are starting to get feisty here. 21 to 12, 12k advantage. And for the Kukuys, I think this passive play, again, after being aggressive in lane, coming back into the mid game and just taking things slow, has not panned out. Talon are happy to play the farm game with Doom and DK, and even with Tiny for Mikado scaling in here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And they just have to seed ground, right? Like, even if you're not finding these jumps in,
Dire's middle
your
tower
options
has
on the side of
fallen.
Kukuys are just so limited. You have this high ground play with split Earth at the very
Dire's
least,
middle
the
tower
Earth
is
splitter,
under
but
attack.
and then the follow through doesn't feel clean. Natsumi's just constantly hunting down with that break now.
Oh, Cox. Cox. He'll get away with the BKB. Kuku does go down. Makoto still chasing Cox. Almost gets the kill, but not quite. Cox will barely survive. Meanwhile, Natsumi being completely surrounded may not actually give a crap though, as he just takes down a Bart because he was doomed up. A Bart could do nothing about it. So you get Kuku down, you almost lose Cox to just Kuku, and you still lose a Bart anyway.
Yeah, it's tough times for Kukuys. I don't think you can take these direct confrontations on Talon. You just have to, again, try to smoke, try to flank, but even that doesn't feel great with your lineup. Your single target burst is kind of contingent on you wasting a lot of spells. So your options are just dodging out this ball of death the Talon has on hand. Try to get some forward vision to farm a little bit more aggressive. Maybe if you can get control down bot, like some forward wards bot where Talon hasn't been dipping into as much. You could get some space out. You could start to do some puck things with Armel. Like he's working into the Parasma. Along with that, Octarine already has a shard, so his right-click damage is starting to skyrocket. And if they can stall this game into, say, puck Ags timing, that's one way to kind of have a slippery hero that could maybe turn the tide for you. But as of now, it just doesn't feel that way. Even with the defense Armel has, with his Lincoln's up, it just hasn't felt like it's been enough. Talon just feeling like they're on a different level as they're still playing around vision that the side of Kukuys haven't cleared out again.
Well, there goes Natsumi. Silver Edge committed. Cox does not know he's coming. Now he might, but it's all too late because he's been caught out and he's down. It's just so easy with Natsumi once he gets in for the break. And it's like, what the hell are you meant to do about it? It's just so tough.
I'm not sure anymore. It feels like, again, this kind of stems back to being a very disruptive puck game as Ponyo just gets blown apart by Mikado. But I think this game kind of starts to hinge on Armel more than anything else. It's down to him. It's down in this puck to put waves, prevent the high ground push, try to scale, try to hit that Parasma Octarine, and probably the Ags on top for the damage output. And then things can start to not necessarily simplify, but get complicated for Talon. Still, you have some nice spikes. Abat does have the Scotty up to mitigate some of the healing coming out on Talon's end as well, to soften up, say, Natsumi on that DK. He does have full Satanic pretty much done here, just about 500 gold off. Side of Talon, again, just set to invade, take the Tormentor away, and get the free shard onto WS. A little bit more coming out there with a Scorched Earth. And there's that Satanic we were talking about. You've got your own Shadow Blade coming on Mikado. You already had yours in Jokam for a while, so just so much invis on hand, which again just drains the economy of these supports, having to go into constant sentries and dust. I'll try for a smoke on Kukuys. You do not want a direct confrontation. You do want some isolated targets. Natsumi's pretty isolated up top. It's just a little bit far off. Mikado is also somewhat alone towards this mid lane. But this Tiny is not the easiest target, especially since he still has a 8-second BKB here.
Well, they're going to jump. Makoto's just going to BKB TP out, and that's going to be about it. TP's incoming, but unrequired.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Talon
attack.
more than happy to just hold this position by the low ground at the southern side of the map.
Radiant structures.
Natsumi gonna walk in, he'll spot out a Bart, that's a big target, and they'll make the jump in immediately. No hesitation, looking for the TB. Disruption might buy a bit of time for a Bart, but how are you gonna find your way out of this one when you've been doomed up? The answer is you just
Armel.
don't. Meanwhile, Armel being caught by Kuku. Kuku just catching him off guard, takes him down with a Chain Frost, and oh, this game once again is looking pretty over now if you are Kukuys. Cox trying to get away, Natsumi gonna catch him, trying to farm the Ancient. Will go down as Natsumi now getting tipped by his teammates. My goodness.
And Talon is just playing on such a clean level. Armel asking, could you guys not play so good? And of course, expletives out from a bot. He says they feel like kids. You made us turn into kids. You're bullying kids. I mean,
Feels that way at the moment, I'm not gonna lie.
yeah, says it all. There's really not much to say. I'm just surprised, like Armel just getting caught in the side. Man, this Lich pick, man, this hero is just too much. And 2 games in a row now for Kuku.
Dire's middle
2 set Rex, 1 more to go. Kukuys not calling it yet, of course, as this is potentially leading into town for 1 game away to qualify for Raleigh, which is not what you want to see if you are, again, on Kukuys. One last fight, perhaps, as they catch people off guard here.
Yeah, they sure do. Big dream call out from Armel. Not really going to matter, though. They're going to lose Ponyo immediately. A butt is also gone, and GG is called. Game 2, successfully the way of Talon in quite a convincing fashion once again. Talon not looking like they're budging whatsoever here.
That they don't. And for the Kukuys, it's tricky to say that this was down to draft, because I feel like the draft was actually decent from Kukuys. They had some good tempo that could have come out with this bristleback, maybe a little bit slower in land. Like the fact that a bot was struggling on the Terrorblade was probably the one thing that I would look back here at Kukuys, that they threw a bot into the top lane when the ward from Talon was still there. That was probably the most questionable thing. That was why a bot was just bottom network core. He had no space because he was in a high pressure area. Beyond that, I think they had the right ideas again on Kukuys, right? Like they were trying to play aggressive. Talon just keep getting these good reads off. And this kind of stems back to playing against Master Kuku. He hangs around with these guys. He pubs with these guys. They're on Discord calls for at least 8 hours a day when they're not like doing team stuff. So he understands how these guys like to play. He knows when they want to smoke. He knows where they want to go. Natsumi knows that as well. Like they are all part of the same gang. And that's a double-edged sword. It does feel like Godfather Kuku just knows where all the cards are laying. And it just makes this game hard to play for Kukuys.
Yeah, I mean, it absolutely does. Very, very tough time here for Kukuys to get this series started now. 2-0 the way of Talon. Talon 1 game away from being able to proceed straight through to the ESL 1 Raleigh. See if they can make it happen. We're going to head to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our 3rd game of this best of 5 series.
Don't want a slow rise now. I'm confident opulence isn't a long ride out. When I look back now, I'm astounded. A quiet boy from old age, but always felt the world was a stage, yeah. I celebrate one last late night, my old life, they stay. I pack my suitcase, headed out the door, I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home, a couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road. I'm headed to LA. Miles, throw it on the dash. Shit, the 10,000 hours, can't let them pass. Yeah, well, I was putting time in, you was pulled up wildin'. You always had shit to say, now when I see you, it's silence. Thought I'd have a Grammy by 25. Commas after commas next to dollar sign, yeah. To remind myself why I'm living this life. Look at all the late nights, it'll all come in due time, yeah. Made for the fight, for the pain and the climb. Tied to the life I chose. Stay through the night, another day, not a dime. Race against time. I couldn't just lay by and wonder what I could have made mine. I'm closing on the moment, no one's gonna hold me down. I pack my suitcase, headed out the door, I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home, a couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
eyes, you're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high, like you're so divine. You give me everything, don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine, you're my everything, everything. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. Think about it every night when I close my eyes, you're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high, like you're so divine. You give me everything, don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine, you're my everything, everything. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. No goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes.
Oh, I don't know how to put it together. Ever since I found you, my life just got better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Every time I start to doubt if I'm good enough, looking straight in your blue eyes makes me feel better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had.
Welcome back to the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen, between Kukuys and Talon. It is MLP Jonathan John X5 once again. Jonathan, Talon off to a 2-0 start. Looking like they might just get that 3-0 here, as these games have been pretty damn dominant here once again. Talon so far have proven that they are the team to beat here in the SCA qualifiers. What are you thinking? Well, what do we change up here to try and at least give us a game 4?
I think you have to go with something different now in Kukuys. You have to go with a very, very aggressive time in lane into the mid game. You can't afford to sit back and farm because Talon just enjoys that. You know, WS is going to be building up. You get that build up you see on Natsumi as well, and Mikado is there to kind of cut the slack along with the supports. So you want some pressure to come in, maybe some emphasis on mid pressure to stop that tempo from coming out from Mikado. Kind of ruins the tempo for Talon. Could be one way to go about it. Maybe more presence on lane. I think also just putting a bot in the riskier, quote-unquote, riskier area to farm, like top lane should have been safer, but it just felt weird to keep him top after all of that pressure they were seeing. I think that was a little bit of a mistake in game 2 as well, so we'll see. We were talking about it coming in from the lower bracket finals, right, that Kukuys should be the more surprising team for Talon. It doesn't feel that way. It feels like Talon is just fully prepared. Talon has been outclassing almost every opponent they've had. So far, they haven't dropped a single game, Mike, in this entire qualifier run. They 2-0'd IAP, they 2-0'd Aurora, they 2-0'd Boom. They're 2-0 to Kukuys. And Kukuys have to get something done here if they want to put a dent on Talon's record and try to have a shot to head down to Raleigh for ESL 1. You have to see it. We'll see if anything changes in that draft. Kukuys again banning out the monkey and the sniper of Mikado. Talon this time taking care of that alchemist. So not willing to give that out to a bot along with the typical Dawnbreaker and Nyx. Leaving stuff like, say, maybe the DK, maybe the Morph, they banned the Invoker. So, again, leaving DK Morphling on the pool, Shadow Demon as well. To be fair, the impact of Ponyo wasn't as high as you'd expect. He wasn't able to get as many saves as you'd want to see in that last game. So it might not be too much of a concern. Bristleback in the pool, though, if Kukuys will want to dip back into that again. Again, maybe not the best of games for Cox, but it did feel like the tempo was just a little bit slow on Kukuys. The fact that Cox and a bot were having to just play farm games, you didn't have that snowball start in the Bristle, did make it feel a lot weaker. It did expose the weaknesses of the Bristleback pick if it's not off to that amazing start. And I don't know, I don't think the hero is bad, but I do feel like you can't afford to go super greedy when you run something like the Bristleback there.
No, you cannot. Let's see what the priority picks are going to be. You've got Lena available if you want to just go ahead and first pick that. You've got the popular supports in SD, Lion, they're all available. Lich is also still available. Plenty of options to start with. Maybe too many options here for Kukuys to try and pick from, but we'll see what they do prioritize, and it's going to be the Clockwork. So not revealing too much, because Clockwork, just a nice safe pick to be made, just always kind of performs well. Talon, right into the Lena, which I can't say I'm surprised by. Like, I think you said this during game 1, but it's not really a great idea to let Makoto have this. And I tend to agree with that opinion.
I mean, look, Lena's have had such great times. I don't think it's actually lost a game from any of the matches we've watched. Lena's probably, at least in our games casted, from our streams, at 100% win rate. This hero is just ridiculous with what it can do. Its burst damage is insane. The Clockwork might be able to be annoying to it down the line with, say, Hookshot. So I do feel like it's not maybe the freest game, but it doesn't feel like a concern for Lena at all. Like, you think about the mid lane matchup. What is there Lena worries about? Nothing. You already took care of the Invoker. You banned out the Nyx, which could potentially catch this Lena off guard, so you don't even have to worry about that. What? Maybe a Queen of Pain would be annoying, but also doesn't really necessarily win against the Lena considering her range advantage. Sniper is gone, which was probably the only thing that could kind of play into the Lena lane with the extended range Sniper tends to have. So, I'm not sure which way you go on Kukuys now. There's still pocket picks like Yormel Kotl still there, and you do see respect from Kukuys to take care of that Lycan. Not wanting to have to deal with the Alpha Wolves one more time. Fair enough, but that does leave some of the more bog standard WS heroes in the pool, right? We haven't seen too much more, but it's still there. Pangalier's there. Stuff like Tidehunter, if their draft can kind of carry through with it. Maybe something like a Mars, WS Mars. If the game kind of lines up for it, could be something that pops out as well. And something like Enigma, I think, could be an interesting option for Talon. into Clockwork is already maybe somewhat dicey, considering all of the ways you have to black hole cancel. But we also have seen Talon willing to pick that before. We'll just go with the Doom instead. Nice and stable for WS. Something that scales up, something that farms up, gives you control. Presence in lane is pretty damn good from the Doom, as we've seen in the last game. So you can't really fault Talon for it. Also, we haven't had this in a while, Mikey, but so far, all red on Talon, keeping with the logo color.
I'm glad you pointed that out, Jonathan. I would have hated to not know that we had the red theme going. Very, very good.
What other red heroes can we see? Maybe they get Lion down the line? Kind of red? And you can't... I don't think you can fit a Pangolier. Probably not. Shadow Demon? Sort of red. Ochre, perhaps? Closer to Ochre? Could fit in. For the side of Kukuys, of course, those same heroes kind of work well with the Clockwork. I'd be interested in seeing if something like the Lich works for Kukuys. It does feel like it plays nicely with how a bot likes to work his lane. Right, like a bot tends to push the lane limits as far as he can. He likes to play aggressive as a carry. Lich does enable that in a very big way. So I wouldn't mind that too much for Kukuys if they wanted to snatch that Lich away from Bosku himself. And we'll see. They're digging very deeply into reserve time here on the Kukuys, thinking very hard about how to develop this draft for the next two picks. We'll just end up with the Terrorblade once more. So back into the Terrorblade, picked into the Doom, which is a rather interesting prospect because last time around it wasn't a fun time for a bot in game 1. And you already have the Lina. I'm so curious about this pick because you have Doom and Lina. Magic damage is there anyhow from Talon to burst down this Terrorblade. Curious to see what they do different with this.
I'm curious as well. More picks to come out, Kukuys. The TB last game around did not look too flash hot. Especially up against this Doom hero. It's, you know, it's one of those things, but maybe it's just a position 3 TB that we're looking at that might kind of, you know, help things out a little bit. You know, not putting that much pressure on the TB pos 1. 24 seconds reserve time left. They'll go into the line pickup, fair enough. Just another standard support that has been performing pretty damn well as of late. I don't think Talon are too concerned at all, though, with what they're saying. 2 more supports to go on their end of things now.
I'd say there's some good room here for maybe a Shadow Demon. Like, the save looks pretty damn good into the line. Clockwork. Don't think you'd mind that too much on Talons. And if you wanted, you can also build stacks nicely from Dire Side into the Triangle quite well. So you wouldn't mind that on Talon's part.
Talon's turn to pick.
Let's see, they'll dip into the Batrider first, so they do pick up something that we saw a lot from Boom. And this should be our Jokam hero on hand, along with a Zeus. So we're likely getting the Zeus support out here, Mikey. And you were talking about the benefits of this hero last time we saw it. The damage is ridiculous with Lightning Bolt. Laning into Terrorblade, let's say if this is a pause for a Zeus into that Terrorblade lane, that doesn't sound like a fun time for a bot by any means here, Mikey.
No, it does not. Not going to be very much fun. That pos 4 Zeus, I mean, pos 4, pos 5, no matter where it goes, I think it's just very strong. We'll see the puck coming out, so Armel going to be playing the puck again. Again, the game 2 was... You know, there was a few awkward moments where Armel just got caught out and... You know, it didn't look too flash hot, but... It's alright, John. You know, we'll keep it positive here as... I'm already having my doubts about this draft because we did kind of just see it. They'll ban out the DK, so maybe feeling like Natsumi on the Dragon Knight was the big problem. In fairness, he did have a great game on that DK. I just think he probably would have had a great game no matter what he was playing last game around, with the way Talon have been kind of linking up together.
Pretty much. Doesn't feel like there was much pressure on him anyhow. Curious to see what they will want now for that safe lane of Natsumi. A lot of the options have been taken out of the picture. A lot of the popular options anyhow. There's a couple of odd pickups you could consider. You know, into Terrorblade, you could consider something like a Drow, which we don't see too often. There is backline jump and Clockwork Puck. But Drow Ranger used to be very popular, right? And into Terrorblade pierces right through all of that base armor. So you can make short work of that hero even without magic damage on hand. Not that you need to really double down on canceling out the Terrorblade when you already have Lina, Doom, and Zeus. Maybe a little bit excessive to kind of think about it that way here for Talon.
10 seconds remaining.
Again, some less standard picks like PA are available. Again, not too popular nowadays. I wouldn't even mind something that's really off-kilter like, say, a Luna. I think despite all the nerfs Luna's had, it's a very weird hybrid carry, and the magical damage side of it is pretty damn nice into Terrorblade. If you wanted to go that route, Kukuys just straight into Bristleback once more. So the base foundations of this draft are still the same. Maybe a little bit of a better time for Cox having a line to top him up. But this is almost the same draft as Game 1. They have removed some of the key factors from Game 2, I mean. They've removed some of the key factors from Game 2, like that DK. So it's not exactly the same circumstances, but I don't see this too different from Talon anyhow. I think, in fact, I feel like the lean is better than the Tiny. This Zeus pickup is still really damn strong with its laning presence. You have room for maybe something like a Razor if you really wanted to just ruin Cox's lane here on the side of Talon for Natsumi. I'm not sure about running it back here for the side of Kukuys.
I'm not sure either. We're gonna have to wait and let the boys get to work, John. Let them start cooking. Talon, final pickup for themselves. Still needing something for Natsumi here in this third game. Against the Bristle, against the TB. I mean, I'd hate to see this again, but we do have Gyrocopter available. Which, you know, it's been working as long as you don't run it support for Boom Esports, and they do go for it. Okay. I know, it's boring, John, but it's probably one of the only better carries left that Talon could go for.
Yeah, it does work
but
out.
It is boring.
Again, it is very boring, but it lanes fine into the Bristleback, or actually into the offlane Terrorblade. You do switch things around and give Cox the TB now. I like that little switcheroo. I think it's a little bit more presence out from TB off. You get some good value here from Reflection at the very least into Natsumi. So you do have that going for yourself, but you're willingly putting the Terrorblade into a Gyrocopter Zeus lane. And you are a high armor, low HP hero. There is a lot of magical damage here from the side of Talon, so I don't expect this lane to actually get any easier for Cox. And I think he's going to have to work double time to try to find himself space in that lane. Overall, in this draft for Game 3, I feel like Talon's still looking pretty good. I think this is a really nice Batrider game because there's nothing to worry about in the back to save. This is maybe a little bit easier for Armel and the Puck because your hold is a little bit more limited on Talon, right? You don't have the AoE silence to worry about. You don't have Dragon Tail to worry about. You only have Doom. It kind of remains here from Talon to hold that Puck. So it does feel like a freer game for the Puck than you did have in Game 2. But whether or not that's enough is a different question, because it just feels like this tempo Talon was looking for in Game 2 should be replicated here in Game 3. And to greater effect because you've got the Zeus support to bully out Cox. You've got this better matchup for Mikado on Lina versus Puck, which is just oppressive for a Puck. Again, you can try to phase shift around, but even the right-click pokes of Lina is just so damn strong, considering that range advantage as well. We'll have to see if Kukuys managed to shake it off, and they've got what it takes to put a dent in Talon's perfect record so far.
We shall. Here we go again. Game number 3 of this best of 5 series. I mean, you just wonder, are we getting to a Game 4 with this draft? Kukuys running it back. They don't have the DK to worry about this time, but they have something much more standard in the Gyrocopter, as we do once again have the trash. I don't even know if it's trash talk, but they're talking. They're talking again.
No. Yeah, Cox is saying, don't play good to Natsumi, and a bot is asking for it to turn into a best of 7. So they have to play one more game. Good on you.
Not sure if we were. Yeah, it's nice of him to ask. You miss every shot you don't take, John. You know, he's asking. It's respectable.
They keep telling them to just. They keep saying, don't play good. Cuckoo saying, put that aside. Leave it to me, says Cuckoo, to give them the game.
Oh, look at this. Top lane. Cuckoo and Jokam going to be chased up for a second. Looks like they'll be okay.
That is a sad level 1 metamorphosis for Cox. Used up already, doesn't really get chip damage off. Maybe if Natsumi oversteps this bound, but you don't have Reflection now. I know you're going to miss some pressure in the first wave or two. You at least find yourself extra bounties, I suppose, if you can get away with that one here on the side of Kukuys.
Here we go, Talon. Moving in, Flame Break's going to be quite nice. Cox has been caught. Blood Grenade will connect to a nice Earth Spike from Jewel, but it won't really matter. Cox still running, barely makes it out on 40 HP. Ponyo now being chased up by Natsumi. Natsumi actually went level 1 Flak Cannon, sadly enough, so he can't really get the kill. But they do get 2-3 heroes quite low and kind of force them to go for the Fountain reset. If anything, just... And Cox, he's not going to go back to the Fountain, of course. He'll go back to the Tier 1 tower. And we do have the dots out from Natsumi. Not too happy that he wasn't able to secure anything here.
Now, a pretty decent enough start for the side of Kukuys, right? They get an extra bounty rune for all their troubles. They kind of mitigate this early metamorphosis usage as well because, hey, you don't die, you're not giving away a kill, it's a little bit more time, and you force out the flak on Natsumi for a little bit more farm emphasis. Mana is also starting to run low here on Kuku, only leaving one more cast of the Lightning Bolt, having to rely on the Magic Stick charges now to try to have some play. There are a couple of things that are pretty happy for Kukuys to at least establish a good time in the first 2 to 3 waves here. We'll see if they can start to capitalize. Of course, once Cox has Reflection, that lane does become a little bit more manageable with your presence here on the TV. And again, Natsumi doesn't have that chase down until Rocket Barrage. Even then, you're probably looking at Rocket Barrage level 2, so you're looking at the level 3 spike up top. You can take a look at that mid lane, which should be pretty good for Mikado, although so far not going too bad for Armel. An even start in terms of CS. The Lina versus Puck matchup, pretty fine for Lina, but the Puck, for the most part, doesn't really lose this. You play a little bit further back, you've got the phase shift dodge for a very telegraph spell in the Dragon Slave, and you can maintain parity this way for Armel and just shoving the wave back. Getting some CS, getting some free regen with that phase shift every single time, and does make it a little bit harder for Mikado to fully shove him away. And this one should stay pretty even back and forth here, maybe slightly easier for Mikado every single time. Phase shift is down. Early cooldowns are not the shortest in the world. There are some windows of opportunity there to play with. Elsewhere, though, down bot, you've got that Doom and Bat Rider up against the Clock and Bristleback of Ponyo and the bot. This lane is, again, kind of alright. Yeah, you just kind of sit back, farm. There's some chase down potential with some repositioning on the Flame Break if you're not too careful. But Ponyo can complicate things with the cogs at the very least. And you don't have the most mana on WS to kind of sustain through, but he does have that early wand. You're up against Bristle. You're always going to get max value there. And they've already managed to do a great job in just keeping a bot at around half HP. So, again, if you overstep your bounds, you will get pressured in. And so far, the lane's pretty alright for Talon. Not too bad for the side of Kukuys as well. But I can see Talon maybe starting to eclipse if they start to get into those level 3 starts that we're looking for here.
Absolutely. Looks like Jewel gets quite low on the line. We'll be able to retreat. And WS is off to a really nice start on this Doom. Kind of hard. This guy doesn't generally lose many lanes, this WS fellow. Already having another nice start to his game. And the Bart doing pretty well as well, but you kind of expect that from Bristleback. Bristleback should really just dominate these style of lanes anyway. But Talon doing very good at just controlling the creep wave, dragging it underneath the tier 1 tower for WS to safely farm up. Looking back at mid, Armel, a little bit behind in the CS, but you kind of anticipate that to happen against this mid laner. Of course, you do have the bottle refill coming in from Jewel. Keep Armel healthy, as they are going to perhaps look to try and deny Makoto those water runes at the 4-minute mark. Either way, though, I don't think Makoto minds too much. You know, he's just... If he misses the water rune, he'll just go farm the jungle for a bit. You know, he won't mind too much. And in fact, Jewel doesn't even stick around. So it looks like they're just going to give it up 1-for-1 here between these two mid laners.
Yep. And again, that's pretty fine for Mikado. Gonna have the mana to just constantly apply harassment. Once he hits, he's holding on to the value point to see if he has to go for the LSA or if he can greed out, just go Dragon Slave, and he does commit to it in the end. No First Blood coming out yet, 4 minutes in. But both sides, again, maybe a little bit more conservative in how they're playing the lanes beyond that aggression on the runes. This kind of static style, again, I would say just benefits Talon. You have space to just sit back and farm. Your supports are soaking up some decent EXP. You have some possible rotations into the 6-minute mark where it could be a little bit easier for the side of Kukuys. When you have a line and clockwork, there's a little bit more pressure that you could play with. Trying to make some inways onto trying to harass out Natsumi, but They do manage to get the gate movement out from Ponyo as well. It's just a very deep dive if they did want to commit here.
Well, they're thinking about it. Kuku's not going to make it easy. He kind of just blocks the pathing there, and they're actually bringing more heroes. In fact, it's just the courier of Ponyo coming through the twin gate. But they don't really find a kill. They'll force Natsumi back at least. So Natsumi now forced to go into the jungle a little bit earlier than he would like. But they are still hanging about Ponyo. Really wanting to see if he can connect onto Kuku, but the heavenly jump away is going to work, and now the TPs are incoming. Talon, they want to fight. Joe Cam, though, getting caught by a Hex, not feeling too happy right now as he might just get bursted down. First blood being drawn by Cox. A great start to this fight is now Natsumi dropping low, trying to fight back Cox, though. Cox will man up. He'll get a double. Looks like Kuku at least will be able to find a double kill of his own. But definitely a favorable set of trades now for Kukuys.
Cost them a lot of heroes to rotate up top, but they do manage to get that punishment onto the gyro and finally get a little bit going there for Cox. I don't think you actually mind giving Kuku this extra gold, though. Like, a support Zeus managing to get a ride into Arcane Boots quite fast is really not all too bad anyway. And getting that utility down the line, your standard Zeus support build-up is good. Some moments of openings here for Mikado.
This is a big one. He's got a Fairy Fire to play with. In fact, Makoto turns back on a duel. Does get a kill for himself, but can he get out? The answer is no. Armel does secure a very nice one. So yeah, you lose your Lion, but it's a very worthwhile sacrifice here from Jewel. Armel extremely happy with that kill. And even finds a nice little Invis rune for himself right afterwards. So you really can't complain. WS?
I like that
Bit of a chase here on a butt.
Dire's structures are
No level 6 yet, so no kill to come.
I like the emphasis we're seeing from Kukuys to pressure that mid. Right, again, just making these moves after getting a bit of a reset from top, like all of this aggression coming out in lane. We saw this in a little bit in game 2, where they were playing around the 6 to 10 minute mark quite nicely. And this is exactly the one thing I'd want from game 2 to be replicated. Just that higher tempo, try to slow down. I think those key factors from Talon that they tend to rely on, like this early start from Mikado, and put a little bit of a lid on it. This is giving free space out to WS, but it is a Doom anyhow. It was always going to be farming up. So that is something that just ends up happening by the natural order of the game. Anyway, I think the one thing that could catch you off guard is maybe this faster level 6 on Kuku, who again, off the back of that double kill, is going to be scaling up nicely. Even scouts out Armel just a tad bit here.
It does. Armel looking at Kuku. Should have a Zeus for himself, and he does. Kuku will go down. Nobody around to help out the POS 5 Zeus, but it is still just a POS 5 Zeus. Not the biggest loss. More importantly, though, Kukuys, they are going to be able to start pressuring that T1 top tower, which is going to be the more important aspect of all this, is they do take it out.
That opens up an angle to apply even more pressure onto Natsumi. If they had the forward wards, Mikado's hunting here, though.
And he is, Makoto. Doesn't really find much. What did he Laguna?
You Laguna their Terrorblade, and there was a Sunder on top.
Oh, okay.
Unfortunately, a little bit slow. Maybe a little bit hasty, not waiting for Kuku to come in with that Lightning Bolt, and not quite having the Thunder God's Rat. They do miss out on a nice opportunity, and it's a good dodge out. I mean, it's a long cooldown on the Sunder, but you're just going to be sitting back and farming anyhow while that is down. And you are, again, finding this early tempo coming out for Kukuys. You're having a great start for Armel and a bot. Not that you're too far behind on WS and Mikado, but Natsumi has taken a big hit from that pressure top. We'll need some recovery to get into that point where the Crystallis and the Ags start to form up. You do have, again, that level 6 threat on Kuku. Thunder God's Rat is available if you can drop any of these heroes low. The issue is if you can even hope to get that done without Mikado having to commit in either, because WS is not ready for it, Natsumi's not ready for it. You will have to kind of rely on Mikado again to play Tempo Maker here, and so far, he's just not quite set for it. You know, that timing into travels is still lining up. Until that point, he's not really going to be leaving his lane all too often unless a bit of a dive happens, which relieves, again, all of this room you'd want on Kukuys to scale in. Armel working onto the Witchblade quite nicely here. And a very free lane for a bot outside of the pokes from WS. This Ag's timing is looking pretty sharp for our safe lane. So the Bristle is going to be able to flash farm off the back of that and even threaten onto these targets quite nicely. WS?
They're moving in. WS. Taking a lot of damage, going to go for a TP play out, and they actually don't have anything else. Jewel just committing all the spells he had, no TP cancellation available for him. WS quick thinking to get away. Of course, you expect maybe a kill attempt to come out soon from WS as he does have the Doom up. Has the drums up now as well. Might need a little bit of assistance though, but the rest of Talon currently just a little bit underfarmed. And we see this pretty much 2 games in a row now, where Talon don't necessarily come out with the most farm after the lanes. But they do tend to catch up extremely fast. And so they are going to find Ponyo. Just trying to get him away from that dyed triangle, and they will do so. Again, WS has Doom, so they're looking for an easy kill if they can find one. Because a Bart would be the primary kill if you could commit, but you're going to need a couple heroes at least for that. And a Bart is right by his tier 1 tower, so I don't think it's going to be that simple to try and hope for that kind of kill. In fact, we're going to see a smoke now from Kukuys. They'll head down bottom. Kuku gonna get Dream called up. WS is still around to help. Looks like the Zeus is gonna get just bursted down, and they do get him. But now, what do you pay for that? At least Jewel will go. A Bart's being chased. WS still holding on to the Doom. Jokam not level 6 yet, so you've got no lasso to play with. And so they'll take the 1-for-1 trade, and that'll be enough. Both sides will just kind of accept it and leave each other alone.
I don't think you're too unhappy about that on either side. It is a little bit more gold coming out for Kukuys, but it's a very even trade. I think you're looking at the space you're building up, and that does buy Cox so much free space up top. Mass TP's coming in to try to stop, or at least contest this terribly a little bit more before the pipe kicks in, because he's not too far off Cox. And we've seen what happens when Terribly does farm that pipe. Like, the magical burst you're looking at here from Talon that starts to feel less effective against that hero.
Oh, Cox. They'd love themselves a TB. They've got it as well. Light Strike right onto Makoto. Cox still getting a nice Sunder off. Does find Ponyo, as now the lasso is officially available for Jokam. He literally just hit it as well off the back of that Clockwork Death. So hits the level 6, gets the lasso. Nice call from Makoto to finish the Clockwork kill first to allow the lasso back onto Cox. And that's a couple of great kills. That was a 1.3k gold swing going the way of Talon.
And that's some much-needed momentum coming out from them, and much-needed punishment. Again, a very free time that Cox was having there. A little bit of a cheeky flank from the side of Kukuys. Deep smoke between the tier 1, tier 2. They catch Mikado off the back of this. Have to be well worth it.
They don't have Finger. They do have an amp damage, though, on Armel, and that's going to prove to be enough. It's a great pick off. Armel having a much better game than last game around, as he will just try to TP out, but no, the stuns are there. Jokam with the knockback into WS, the alley-oop. And that kind of evens out the trade. Like, it looked great, and now it doesn't look so great.
Yeah. And, I mean, again, that 1-for-1 is relatively even. It's a little bit better for the side of Kukuys. I think the big thing that the Kukuys are getting a lot more every single time these kinds of trades happen is that it's happening on Talon's side of the map. Right, so you get a little bit more reach because there's no pressure from Talon. They have to stick to their side of the river. You're able to farm a little bit more forward on Cox. You're buying space out for a bot. That safety net for the Bristle, while it's still a little bit weak, is there. And again, it does feel like you're shaping into this timing for the side of Kukuys quite nicely. A bot, his Ags is just about 300 gold away. Once you hit that point, his output starts to really scale out of control. The pipe is only about 370 gold away as well for Cox. You're going to have the barriers on hand. You're going to have the mitigation for all of that magic damage from this Zeus support and the Lina core. And that's where things can maybe get a little bit funky for the side of Talon if they're not careful. Your physical output on Natsumi just isn't there yet. It's lacking 3 parts of his own Ags up. It's going to take some time they need to buy here on Talon. The net worth is still head-to-head. Again, no one really taking a massive lead here. The support farm difference is where things might get a little bit troublesome because you do have that fresh blink on Jokam. You have that initiation angle lined up for you here on the side of Talon. You're still really far away from hoping for one on Joel. And you always have the hookshot from Ponyo, I suppose. But the kidnapping potential for Jokam does put a little bit of a spanner in the works here for the side of Kukuys if they're not too careful. See, when Talon does decide to play around that one is They are again just playing a little bit safe, clearing out Ancients with Natsumi. They have managed to scout a little bit here with Ponyo. Be a nice target to isolate if they did take that risk.
Seems like they're gonna smoke up right below Natsumi right now on the dire triangle. One is in. They've got Natsumi locked down. It should be a pretty easy kill here as there's no rotation point. That's another strong kill here for Kukuys. Just able to find the position 1 pickup. And I mean, Natsumi, he's having a bit of a struggle. Like, his net worth is nothing to write home about right now. So he's not having a good time. Just finding these pickups over and over again with this gyrocopter always going to be very nice.
It is. Need a little bit more on the side of Kukuys though. Scout it out just a bit.
Jokam, he's got to blink up already on this Batrider, looking for some kills as they do take down Ponyo. He wants a little bit more though. They did spot out Jewel, but the Earth Spike is not going to allow the follow. Ooh, Cox. Well, they don't see him. Keep him, again, blink and lasso are up. WS going to run into Cox. Cox actually going to try and go for this kill onto the Doom, and with the finger out, maybe the...
Ooh.
No! The BKB! It was there in time! And Cox is now the one in danger. He'll get doomed up. Jokam will happily sacrifice himself to chase him down and ensure he does die. They'll commit a Dream Coil here to at least find Jokam, but Jokam's still alive as now Ponyo going to hook shot in. He'll try to go after Kuku Zeus. They should at least find one.
Ooh.
Jokam will go down to boot. Natsumi's joined in now. Natsumi able to clean up Jewel, but he's being chased here by a bot. WS though sticking around, trying to help Natsumi, but it seems like he should... Oh, that's a nice juke spot, but it's not nice enough. Still a good fight. Natsumi will lose his life here to Kukuys, and had he not lost his life on the gyro, I actually would have thought that was an easy win for Talon. But losing the gyrocopter certainly does not make that anywhere near as good.
It really doesn't. And I do appreciate that understanding from Natsumi to join in that fight. It did feel necessary to leverage that damage. They didn't quite have the AoE control to hold people around that ramp into that top jungle. If they managed to hold them in the ramp area while the flak cannon was going and you had more follow-through damage, and it felt like you had just enough, but you were being punished on the side of Talon as, you know, the cogs are just great area denial tool. Your area denial on Talon isn't quite there. You also didn't quite have the Ags on Mikado up. Is up now, so the burst play should be a little bit easier to find. But that does swing the momentum towards the side of Kukuys. And the key thing is, like you mentioned earlier, Mikey, Natsumi is not having a good game this time around. It's a little bit slower. Has a lot of recovery to get done for himself. One part away now in terms of gold for that entire Ag. Still looking for plays here.
Armel's been blown up. Ponyo's being chased down. Ponyo will drop a Bart now in the middle of nowhere. He'll have Cox moving in. He'll try for the chase onto WS. He's still very powerful here, a Bart. And it seems like WS should be the sacrificial lamb. I'd still say it's a pretty good trade though. Finding Armel, you know, maybe a Bart's still becoming a bigger and bigger problem, but I think right now any kill you can get as Talon's going to feel good.
That it does. You do have to appreciate, again, just how much Kukuys are playing into this opposite side of the map, right? Where all of these fights are happening on Talon's turf. They're not able to try to make space off the back of it. Mikado's forced to just TP away, as the bot does have a shard and chase down potential for burst play now. But Talon is the one that hasn't crossed the river this time. This is a spot we haven't seen from Talon in a long, long time, but Kukuys, their pressure has managed to mount. They are stuck on just one side of the map here for Talon. They're not able to try to split farm into that Radiant side and try to build up that way, which leads to a slower recovery process for this gyrocopter and a slower build-up for WS. They catch more.
Yeah, they have found Ponyo, or rather Ponyo found... Oh, he found Makoto. Very, very nice. That's a great pickup. That is a fantastic pickup here. Makoto was really the saving grace.
He's the one core that's ready to fight. And they just have to sit back and farm. WS, perhaps, once he has that blink, can start to contribute a little bit more. Natsumi with the Ags is good, but you're likely really needing that BKB to be up. For the side of Talon, there's just a lack of space right now. But how much pressure is coming out from Kukuys? Again, this is what we were looking for after Game 2. Just sustained pressure. Because last time in Game 2, around this time, they were more than willing to just farm on their side of the map. Now they've got the aggressive wards. They're the ones with tempo. Talon's the one forced to respond. They'll try to find some punishment. They do smoke up. They've got that blink lasso ready here.
They do. Lasso committed. Now going to find... Oh, that's a big one. They found a butt down. They've even got Cox down. That's such a concern. That could be the turning fight for this whole game. That is massive.
They've 2 big cores just blown up like that off the back of just a big initiation from Jocam. And that's from the fact that Kukuys were kind of split apart. Like, Armel wasn't quite in the area. Ponyo wasn't sticking around with his other cores as well. And they were punished for just trying to work the map a little bit more. 3K lead suddenly popping out here for Talon off the back of that play. You get some equalization here for Natsumi. I mean, he's still behind. He's still the bottom network core, but at the least the Ags is starting to become a reality into that BKB. You've got enough gold for WS to get that blink up and running, and you've got the room for Mikoto now to look into his own BKB. I mean, once you take the threat away of the Dream Coil and the Silence and the Hex, it should be easier for Mikoto to play his game. Inside of Kukuys, again, they've still done a great job of pressuring out. And they found one tier 2 tower. They've managed to get some good aggressive wards. They've played off the back of that advantage quite well, but they have to be careful about bleeding it back like this. Like, the 2K lead isn't the most meaningful at 21 minutes in, but it certainly does show you a sign of a little bit of a bounce back here for Talon. Kukuys, though, going for the smoke, but Kukuy is the one to break it.
Kuku does break it. It's a nice orb, but the Dream Coil, WS now forced to fight back. Ponyo, Glimmer caped up, will be okay for now, but WS still chasing him down. Meanwhile, Lasso catching out Armel. It's a big target for Jocam, but there's no backup for Jocam. Jocam's gonna die. Mikoto did actually end up going down as well to Jewel, which is even worse. And once again, another great fight for this Radiant side. I keep anticipating Talent to take a good fight, but it hasn't been the case.
No? I like seeing this from Kukuys. Again, they're not relenting, even after losing a little bit of an awkward time where they're kind of split apart. This time it's Talon that's just not all together in the same page. And WS isn't able to try to get Doom off to back up. Mikoto's very far forward in comparison to the rest of his team. And Natsumi, again, is just not quite ready in the Gyrocopter. You have to be careful. I think the ideas on both sides are kind of the same. It's very similar right now where you can't really afford to split apart. There's a lot of very good solo pick-off potential, or even just 2v5, 3v5 sort of advantageous fights both sides can find for themselves. You just can't afford to give that away. A little bit of a smoke out. I'm not sure if that ward caught the edge of it, as WS was in the tree line. They have some leeway to get into it, but Roche is being taken quite fast here from the side of Kukuys. And Talon's just a little bit too far out to try to contest. They could try for the follow-up fight. 2 lives and a bot is a little bit of a challenge to pierce through, but they will force it.
Thunder God's Wrath is out. They're going to get the vision. Jocam looking for a lasso, not finding it yet. Armel popping the Dream Call to ensure he can't continue chasing him down as now a Bart wanting to go for the Cool Spray spam. Turns his back, but they don't want to fight the Bristleback as Jocam now caught out, does go down, but so does Ponyo. 1 for 1 on the supports. Jewel looking for more, might find Mikoto. Oh, he doesn't get the vision. He doesn't get the vision. He doesn't go for the Blind Earth Spike. So all that ends up being is a 1 for 1 trade. But your Aegis is on a butt. So if you're Kukuys, you're pretty happy.
Works out in your favor. Again, you've got an opportunity to perhaps take a fight and try to pressure onto the high ground side of Talon. You don't need to wait for too much. Same thing for Kukuys as well. Your support is coming back in that clockwork in relatively short order. This is just time for Talon to try to get into those BKBs, because that's the big hurting point right now. Natsumi can't just stand his ground and try to utilize his damage with that secondary gunner and Crystallis. You know, the same thing goes for Mikoto, still lagging at 400 gold behind into that full BKB. So it's just a matter of stalling out that time and just kind of being patient. The side of Kukuys, again, they've done a great job of playing across the river. Talon are just not able to shove out far enough into the other side. Like, they've only taken 1 tier 1 up top. Mid and bot are still relatively healthy here at 24 minutes in. And it just feels like this game is getting a little bit out of hand for them. I mean, you don't have a big net worth swing to worry about, but all of this investment onto a bot is starting to pay off. He's gonna have his own BKB lining up with when Talon finds their own BKB timings here. Like, even a little bit faster because of all of the space that Kukuys has. Have room as well to just siege onto the tier 2s. Talon can't really force a fight outside. And the side of Talon just have to wait. Like, they are being punished for their slower pace now by Kukuys. All it took was just constant aggression after the laning phase. They just have not relented. See if Talon can try to utilize that blink on Jokam. That's been the one thing that has given them some openings here.
See if they can. Oh, Bart, he's very far. Lasso gonna drag him into the tier 3 tower. Still a nice Sunder. Cox, he'll get doomed eventually, so he might die to the doom. Bart still trying to fight, does lose the Aegis, but he's got Makoto and WS down. A great start, no buyback available for either of those causes. Now Bart looking for more. We'll move in. There's really nothing to fight against this Bristleback once Makoto and WS are gone. And Natsumi, I don't think, really has the farm to contest the Bart, but perhaps without the Aegis up, and the fact that it's a 3v3, it seems as though Kukuys, they won't stick around either. They are going to retreat.
Tower is under attack.
And then I'd say that's a pretty decent win for Talon.
Radiant's middle tower has
Net
fallen.
worth-wise is still a little bit better for the side of Kukuys, as it is a high net worth target in Makoto to fall. Top net worth of the team, but you take away some of that tempo. Jokam, though.
A Jokam?
It's a little bit
going
too
down.
far there. I get he's trying to scout, but you can't afford to give these single target pickoffs away side of Kukuys. Again, they've been doing a great job with the vision game. They've been doing a great job with pressure. There's no reason for them to really back out. Mind you, you do hit your BKB timing on Natsumi. Really wants that damage to scale up now with the Daedalus, and that's where things can start to get a little bit easier. Especially with, again, BKBs lining up with Natsumi and Mikado being done. Fresh 9-second charges available. Things start to get a little bit more playable for Talon at that point. The question now is if they still have enough to deal with a bot. Because they took care of one life. You know, he doesn't quite have that full Bloodstone yet, is working his way into that. Bit of a cheeky smoke out from the side of Kukuys to try to find a flank. And if they find someone like Mikado again, that could just destroy Talon on the high ground. They are still reliant on this burst damage from all their cores. Like, one core falls apart here, the high ground defense just falls flat.
And it does. 4-man smoke committed here from Kukuys. They're going to actually find themselves a +5 Zeus. Kukuy can do nothing about it either. He is down. 3k advantage still standing for the Radiant, but more importantly, just no answers towards the bot yet. They will hold on to the high ground. That's all that's important right now for Talon, is keep buying themselves time to allow themselves back into this game, because right now they are just too far behind the Bristle. Wonder how much longer Kukuys will wait to make their own move back to the high ground. I mean, they are posturing as if they want to. Lasso, Jokam, not able to find it yet, but he wants the Bristle. A nice hook shot, but is it going to cost them? They lost Jokam. The Doom was committed onto the Bristleback, but he's still happy to fight here. A Bart is going to be okay. The BKB was out in time. Cox was behind him with the Sunder. And so they lose their Batrider. They get a Clockwork, but that's all that happens. They do not get the Bristleback kill they really wanted.
And they're going to have to wait for that next Doom to really feel comfy for another skirmish here on Talon. What this does do is, again, stall the game out, makes it a little bit less comfy for Kukuys to try to think about a high ground play and try to just work your way into more damage for Natsumi. You are achieving that goal here on the side of Talon at the least. But that's all you can do, right? Like, you can just keep trying to stall, keep trying to get to that point where maybe you can hope for the burst onto a bot if you get that Blink Lasso on top from Jokam. Jokam as well needs that full 4-staff up. Like, it's been so difficult for him to just try to get enough of a drag back to actually get a bot in a position where he's just not going to get saves. It's been rather difficult to find that full push in. We'll see if that timing lines up. Still, a bot finishes up that full Bloodstone. All the life steal in the world now for him to sustain true, even if he's caught out. The Doom has to be on point here from WS to stop that healing. And again, you're beholden to such long cooldowns on Talon that there's so much more time here for Kukuys to play aggressive themselves.
Jump in, Lasso is there. They got a buff. They're going to put him on the cliff. That's what you get. The issue is, like, you put him on the cliff, but you can't do much about him anyway. It's like, who cares? He's just trapped for a moment. Eventually they'll get him out of there, I'm sure. Does nobody have a 4-star? Okay, nobody has a 4-star. A Bard will have to TP. But he's okay. His team will ensure that they can't get his TP cancelled.
And they have some... Ooh.
Hook. Ponyo is in onto Jokam. Joe Cam gonna have a pretty tough time getting out of this one, I think. Yeah, there's no chance. He is down once again. The thing is, Joe Cam's so important for this high ground defense. Like, you really can't afford to lose him just like that. Sadly, they don't seem to have much of a choice in the matter, as now the T3 mid tower will be under siege. And they are not backing off either. They're rushing right into the T4s here with the Bard, trying to find at least the Zeus. Meanwhile, WS popping the Doom onto Cox, trying to get rid of this pesky Terrorblade, who's been causing them so many issues. But Cox looks like he's barely going to survive, as WS is the one to go down. They'll at least find Ponyo, but it's still looking really horrible for a defense out from Talon. They'll try onto Armel, but Armel, he is able to jaunt out. They have, however, successfully defended the T3 tower.
They're hanging in. The angles for Talon are just so hard to find. Kukuys are still in a really strong position. Again, net worth lead isn't the biggest in the world. It is 7k up at 30 minutes in. It's a little bit more noticeable considering how far behind you're starting to get here on Natsumi and WS. And your burst damage is starting to get mitigated. Like, Mikado isn't popping off as hard as we've seen our Lenas pop off in the past. Like, it's nothing like what we were seeing from Mac in his boom games. You're certainly not able to blow up the heroes you'd want to blow up. You really need that Force Staff to be up in Jokam. Like, this Blink Lasso Force Staff has to be there, and he has to be so careful about being caught before the big team fight can break out. They at least have the vision to watch a little bit more further here on the side of Talon. Like a defensive ward in that top jungle. Lower wards as well, watching outside. Armel takes a little bit of a gambit with a coil. Not the longest cooldown in the world anyhow. Talon has managed to stall to the point where you do have that full Daedalus up on Natsumi. So he has the right click damage to try to pressure. It's all down to how you have to execute on Talon. Kukuys will take a smoke around the map. They've got that full Scotty up on Cox. Trying to sustain true is not going to be that easy. Even trying to run away now is a little bit more complicated. If they find a flank.
Kukuy going to be spotted. Tries for the TP play out. Ponyo actually had his hookshot blocked there. Didn't cancel the TP, but Avatas had too much damage. Torments are going to be taken. Joe Cam looking for a lasso. Not going to find it. And so, I think if you're Kukuys, you're definitely looking for Roshan, and of course they are going to rocket flare it and get the vision now. So off to the Roshan pit they go. And it doesn't really seem like Talon have an opportunity to fight this one. It seems like you are just taking the time to farm, because you're still just way too far behind in this Gyro. Like, yeah, he's got the Daedalus, but I think the Silver Edge is going to be maybe the big deal breaker here against the Bristleback. And he is now queuing it up, but he just at least needs that to give themselves a decent shot at this.
You don't have a chance without that. Thunder God's Rat will at least spot out Roshan, but again, you're not in position to contest as Talon. They are looking to force in just a bit onto tier 2s. Joke.
He jumps in, but again, the lassos have been pretty hard to get. TPs are coming now as well, so Jokam just wants out, but Ponyo, of course, going to lock him down, and Jokam's just having such a rough time with this Bat Rider. Every time he tries to jump in for a lasso, it's just not working at all. It's either he gets hexed or stunned, or he just finds him glimmer caped and he doesn't have the detection.
Yeah. It's been a very complicated game for Talon. And props to Kukuys for playing, again, nice, hard, and fast in comparison to what we've seen in Game 1 and Game 2. Just applying that pressure. Talon has been digging these greedier drafts. These drafts that do take time to scale up. And this is the result when you play up against a fast team. Speaking of, as well, a while ago you were mentioning a Silver Edge for Natsumi. He has gone into a Swift Blink instead. So he wants to take that Gambit, try to get some more damage out instead of trying to find that source of break for the Bristle. Maybe considering just ignoring the Bristleback as long as possible and killing everyone else off. You'd have the Ag Spike here for Kuku. So the Nimbus is available as well to help scout out and provide some distraction in the middle of these engagements. And again, all things considered, 10k lead for Kukuys at 34 minutes. It is impactful at this point, but it hasn't been growing as fast as you'd expect, considering how much of the map they have under the control. Talon has managed to keep up to a certain extent here. And again, they still hold on to those tier 3s. With the Aegis up, though, you should expect some action to start to form. into a high ground siege. Full assault cuirass ready for a bot. Does buy out the last part in the Hyperstone. And you have steady siege. I mean, you've got Demon Zeal up in Cox. You could just send the Illusion Scene and kind of get that done by himself as well. Talon smoked up, but I don't really see them finding anything in the signs. Maybe a bit of a deeper ward run or just a farm run here from Natsumi and Jokam, leaving Mikado and Kuku to just kind of hold back the waves. They are sneaking very deep behind for WS to find his own build-up and away from the watchful eyes of Kukuys. You do at least have that. And they are trying to waste time on the Aegis. I mean, you still have 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes here for a bot anyhow. So he's in a very comfy spot. And for Talon, this slow poke...
Oh. Okay, bot. Getting close to taking him out. Cox is going to sunder him. And Cox is literally just a walking sunder at this stage. He doesn't even want to fight. But again, rushing forward. Armel will do the same. Makoto forced the BKB up in case the Dream Core came in, and Jokam again could not find the range to get the lasso off, so Abart's still just free to do whatever the hell he wants. Now an Ag's up on Armel to make matters even worse as they do pop a lasso, but I don't even see what it was on. So 1 for 1. Jokam and Ponyo both going down as WS once again jumping in for the bristle. Abart though still happy to just casually walk out. But it seems as though they might have to let this push go. They'll get a T3 tower. Abart's hitting it sundered again. So he's moving back in. Trying for Kuku, he'll miss out though. Call down committed. Maybe they find the Aegis and they do. That's one life. Coil committed. Kuku's been caught with that, but he's fine by the fountain. So Bart sticks around for a range creep as Kuku finally will go down to Armel. And they'll get the melee barracks as well. Now Natsumi caught with his pants down in the mid lane. Get his BKB off, but he's got nothing to lifesteal off of. Oh boy, the Natsumi. Caught again.
I don't understand that. Like, he's so far forward, he's not showing the respect for that mobility we've been seeing. Talon was doing a great job in just skirmishing for a little bit. I'm sure losing Kuku is a little bit big. Not the biggest thing in the world, but still something to be happy about in Kukuys. Off the back of that kill on the Gyrocopter, you're free to just keep going. All you lost was Aegis. You don't really have that many great options left on Talon without the Doom available. You have the Lasso available at the least, but I don't see the angles right now for Talon and Kukuys. They rally in this game tree.
Jump in, Jokam. Lasso this time will connect onto the clockwork, so they'll just try to blow him up, and he finally goes down. But they've got Megas up now. It won't really matter what kind of support kills you can pick off. Mega Creeps are available for the Radiant team, and oh, here we go again.
Here we go, Zabat. Saying, don't want to call it still.
That's a fair call. That's a fair call. And Talon, they will not respond. No words for a butt. I mean, in Talon, they are, you know, they like these kind of high ground defenses. They like to take their, they like to drag out the game to the last possible second if they can. And they're not out of it yet. It's just, this Gyrocopter's just fallen so damn flat. It's just done nothing this game.
Yeah. It's just been a little bit too slow on Natsumi, and again, I'm not the biggest fan of the blink pickup over, say, that Silver Edge you were talking about. One big smoke from Kukuys though. One angle is all it takes. He already bought out Natsumi a while ago.
Well, here we go. They've already found the primary target in Natsumi. It'll be saved by the Ethereal. Pops the BKB. Still trying to run. Abart's got him. They've got to call it now. It's got to be all over. WS still trying. We'll at least find Armel, but Cox going to save again with the Sunder. GG is called. They've seen enough. And there you go. We are going to a game 4, John. No 3-0 victory here for Talon. They will be forced to a 4th game up against Kukuys, and the props to the boys. They make the good work happen. And Talon, as for them, I don't choose Gyrocopter is I think the idea here. Just don't choose that stupid hero.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that's the route they went for. Something like Morphling was still available if they wanted that, and Gyrocopter, it's just Just didn't feel great again. I do appreciate not just, yeah, I don't think this was just a complete draft loss in talent. I think you have to really appreciate how aggressive Kukuys were. Like, they were not willing to cede ground. They played constantly across the river. Like, in stark comparison to game 1 and 2, they were pushing into Talon consistently. And Talon had no room to try to recover. Again, with the tendency of Talon to play a little bit greedier on WS and Mikato, there wasn't much room for them to really play, especially since you had Batrider Zeus on your support duo. You didn't have the best ways of catching and trying to go for solo pickoffs to try to snowball Mikado back into relevancy. So a great readout from the side of Kukuys. They managed to drag us into game 4, and this is one of the points where it gets a little bit scary. Talon's been in circumstances like this where they start 2-0 in a best of 5, then they get reverse sweeped up against an opponent they maybe underestimate. Kukuys could be one of those opponents. They've got to be on their toes for Talon going into the game 4. And again, just probably not the gyrocopter. That felt like maybe one of the weaker parts of the draft. I don't think the Zeus was all too bad, so I don't think that experiment was as bad as you'd think. Maybe less control was a little bit of a loss for Kuku. We'll see what their ideas are as we get into that game 4 in a bit, I guess.
Yeah, we'll head to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with game 4 between Talon and Kukuys. We'll see you soon.
dragging, waiting for a second to push you to your limits, going stronger, feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Welcome to the other side. Say Serotonin slide with me. Sequin in the light, embarking your energy. Riding through the night. Serotonin slide. Slide on over here by my side. Stars up in your eyes, keep up. Caught up in this chemical high. Angel, can you take me high? I'm on fire from the dopamine. You're all I need tonight. Promise I'll give you all of me, darling. Serotonin slide with me. Sequin in the light, embarking your energy. Riding through the night. Serotonin slide, slide, slide. Serotonin slide, slide, slide. Serotonin slide. Slide up out of here like we're tired, but really we just about to get wild. Loving at the speed of light. Your body, I can help but admire. I'm on fire from the dopamine. You're all I need tonight. Promise I'll give you all of me, darling. Serotonin slide with me. Secret in the light, embarking your energy. Riding through the night. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide, serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Slide with me. Secret in the light, embarking your energy. Riding through the night. Serotonin slide, 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 slide.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back into our grand final here. Of course, game 4 now between Kukuys and Talon. And Kukuys, they're fighting back, Jonathan. They're forced us to a game 4 here. Talon, they're in shambles. They're falling apart in this best of 5 grand final. I know they're spamming you on the phone, trying to get some advice, Jonathan, trying to get you to pump them up here on the stream. Horrible signs here for Talon going into this game 4.
Oh yeah, it looked completely terrible in the last game. Let's be real here. That was a pretty rough time. Natsumi really had no impact. The rotations of Mikado were not really landing on the big heroes they'd want. And they did have to play into that Terrorblade offlane that we normally saw banned out, along with a Bristleback switch up. So I'm curious to see if Talon will allow any of that through, because that felt like really the clincher there. The fact that you had this Terrorblade who was just freely farming, you couldn't really contest, got a good pipe timing, so your burst damage wasn't really there. And it just made the rest of your game very slow on Talon's end. That, and, you know, Kukuys did say, leave it to me, guys. So maybe he's giving a bone out to his friends. You know, certainly not, because obviously Kukuy wouldn't want to risk his job as well. So we'll see if they can pull ahead. You know, no mercy for friends.
You say he won't risk his job, Don. He's risked his job quite a few times in his history as a pro player. So, you know, I can't take that. I can't take that one to heart, sadly. But it doesn't matter. We're into game number 4. See what the switch ups are going to be. I feel like either side should just ban Bristleback at this point, because obviously, as you saw, Jonathan,
seconds remaining.
proving to be pretty damn good right now. Maybe TB as well, because Cox,
5 seconds.
he made that game pretty impossible with the TB plays. Like,
Team ban.
against Doom as well. Like, you Doom someone, he just summons. And it's like, okay, well, that's that over. Like, we can't kill anyone. And Talon, they do actually ban out the Bristleback, and they take the TB. Okay, well, that's one way to fix it.
That it is. Still some flex, of course. Not necessarily a WS hero. Could still be Natsumi and safe if the game is actually good for it. So I'm keen on seeing which way they will go on Talon. They have left a lot of options open as well. I mean, the Morphling's still there. You can go Morphling into TB if you so wished here on Kukuys. There is, I guess something like Lena available as well. Instead, no, Dawnbreaker actually slides through and Dawnbreaker's picked up. So now you have another hero that we've seen Cox have high impact on with that Solar Guardian coming in. And I like this from Kukuys. I feel like this Dawnbreaker has been a very key part in a lot of wins. The sustain can be a little bit overwhelming for you to have to deal with on Talon's end. And I'm just curious what Talon does to try to stop this. We've not seen anything like Silencer, of course, to stop the Dawnbreaker Solar Guardian because Silencer's a dead hero. So you're likely not getting that counterplay. No Nyx Assassin as well to try to at least spike Carapace through it. And at the very least, Kukuys won't have the Nyx combination to play with the Dawnbreaker. But already looking sharp. And we know how well Kukuys have been playing with his Dawnbreaker for Cox. Like, he knows when to show up in the Solar Guardian. He just hangs back and farms a lane. His laning presence is pretty damn good as well. So, already, Kukuys looking to give a good punch back to Talon. Like, I would rate this Dawnbreaker pick much higher than the Terrorblade here at the early points of the draft.
Yeah, it does feel very nice as TB. Very flexible as well. Off lane, safe lane doesn't really matter. The TB still seems to perform at the moment. We do have one more ban to go before we can continue with our drafts. As Kukuys still think about this final ban a little bit longer. I do hope in the future iterations of this Kukuys side they do think about maybe picking another name, because this name's infuriating to try and pronounce every 2 seconds in the game. Not a big fan of it, Jonathan, sadly.
Hey, you missed Darling instead? Team Darling? Hello, my darlings. Hi, Darling.
Yeah, but I could pronounce it easily, John. That's my point. You know, it wasn't that hard to... This one feels a bit... It doesn't roll off the tongue, you know?
It's not hard, though. It's just very Filipino, I guess. I guess. I was trying to think of a way to explain to you how to pronounce it. Like with Yoe. I just said it's like wet without the T. We. But Kukuys, I can't think of an English word. Koyaanisqatsi? No, that's not even English. It's just a movie title. It's from a Native American language. No, I can't think of a way to explain how to say uis. Kukuys. I mean, the only way I have to explain it is by explaining it with more Filipino words, which doesn't really help. At the least, this draft will help us have something as they dig into the reserve time on Kukuys. They did ban out the Doom, so they're trying to prevent any shenanigans coming out from Talon. They are expecting this maybe to be a Natsumi hero coming out. They'd show respect for potentially a Makato TA as well. And now time to figure out how they work their lanes. Stuff like Clockwork still available. Shadow Demon on hand as well. Lion's still there. We'll go with Muerta, which we've seen just be devastating with the area control it does provide. And it does give you some good magical damage to actually deal with the Terrorblade. And it's a support that Terrorblade can't really melt down either. Whenever Metamorphosis is up, down the line with the ultimate up for the Muerta, you just can't hit her in that ghost form. You do get a lot going on here for Kukuys and a little bit of a back and forth. I do enjoy the Muerta Dawnbreaker lane. I think that is a very strong lane to play into the TB. Just a lot of magic damage early on. That can make this annoying for Natsumi if he will end up picking that hero. For Talon, again, same thing stands. Stuff like Lion, Shadow Demon still available for you. If you want to go into those supports, Lich still there as well. Instead, they actually go for the Tiny. So they go back on Tiny, maybe flexing it on Jokam. We used to see him play it a lot. Chances are it's just a straightforward Makato Tiny, which is a little bit strange when you don't see your mid matchup. Considering what's left in the pool here for Kukuys, Armel has the Lina option himself if he wants that. And Lina into Tiny is a very happy time for the Lina. A Tiny gets no play whatsoever for the most part, so I'm curious about this one in Talon. I wouldn't mind if it was a support Tiny. I think there's still some room for it, although it also just, again, disappeared off the face of the earth. It hasn't felt the strongest. but I guess it can still work when you have a specialist like Jokam. They'll go into the Bat Rider once more as well. So it's looking less like a 4 tiny now, because chances are you just give Jokam Bat once more, which means, again, probably a Mikado tiny, which I'm honestly not the biggest fan of. I think, at least because they picked it in the first part of the second phase, it's just very telegraphed. Like, there's no flex, really. Or if there is flex, you're not scared of it. There goes the puck for Armel that he was performing on much better in the last game. And now you have a massive steroid to play for your win condition on whatever a bot decides to pick last, with an Ogre Magi on top. This is a very well-stitched draft from the side of Kukuys. And for talent, it's a little bit scattershot here, Mikey.
10 seconds remaining.
And it is. Jokam, of course, in that Bat Rider last game, he had a very rough time. Like, he just could not get the lassos at all. Props to the side of Kukuys for making it extremely hard for him to get any angle in for those big blink lassos. Talon now with their 4th pick will think about it a little bit longer. So, you know, arguably 2 more cores, maybe just 1 more, maybe a support to come here for Talent.
This is going to lock in the Tiny for sure, no matter what they pick. Like, it's got to show whether or not this Tiny will go for a weird flex, or you go with something else. You have some cheeky options still left for WS. Again, stuff like the Enigma still there if they want that. Doesn't really look that great for Morris. It's been a dead hero anyhow. No bristleback option. There is the option for that cheeky Lycan, as it has been left alone in this game. And I think that could be one way to go. I mean, to be fair, trying to dig through Ogre Magi isn't really an easy prospect. That is one of the fatter supports to try to annoy. The Root could be annoying into the puck, at the very least. We'll go with the DK instead. So likely now looking at our WS Terrorblade coming out. And just a DK safe lane for Natsumi. You do have flex, though. You could run DK mid and, again, toss the Tiny onto pause 4. Maybe run something like a Cuckoo Bat Rider. So going for heavy flex here on Talent to close out. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, again, for Kukuys, you're only lacking the safe lane. We rarely see him wear to pause 1. I don't think anyone actually does it nowadays. So you're likely not running that. Take care of the Morphling as a 1 point of contention. There is still something like, say, Medusa in the pool. That could be something Talon will have to ban out in the next part as well. And for Kukuys, well, I don't know. They have to figure out what exactly Talon's trying to do. Because, again, you can run Mikoto DK. You can run Natsumi DK. You can run a Jokam Tiny. Like, there's a lot of switching around that Talon can do to close out on their last pick.
Dire team ban.
Yeah, absolutely. More bans to come. Timbersaw being removed here by Kukuys. Seems like they're just focusing on, well, for now, off-lane ban-outs, I suppose. Still think it should be just a safe lane DK, off-lane Terrorblade, but they might disagree here. They'll ban out the Night Stalker as well. So what are they? They're anticipating a TB support?
I think they're anticipating...
I mean, with these bans...
It looks like they're anticipating just the safe lane TB into a mid DK, right? So that leaves... So that's going to be annoying. There's the Razor we've been talking about that never pops up, but you've got a great counter action now to the DK. So you will have a little bit of a rougher time from Natsumi to try to leverage his damage And I like seeing that on a bot. It's another high-tempo safe laner. It doesn't mind laning into the Terrorblade. It's a good amount of magical damage, actually, to play poke with the TB early on. And I don't think it's that clean for Talon to kind of play this game. I do feel like the lanes from Kukuys are very, very stable. You've got some good combinations coming in. You've got some good answers for each lane. Like, while Metamorphosis is down, you've got the Static Link to chase down WS, sap his damage, and still kind of get damage off of the Plasma Field anyhow. I'm curious to see how Talon plays this, because this tiny mid is always a little bit of a wild card factor. I feel like the Puck has a very good time against that, or at least a very even time. It's not like Mikado will build himself an early lead. You have this high tempo on Kukuys kind of set to go. And for Talon, their scaling is still good with the DK. You have ways of just breaking the static link. Like, you're going to have at least one 4-staff up on Kuku down the line. You could opt for a Hurricane Pike as well on Natsumi. It's not the worst thing in the world on the DK. So there are still ways of just not getting max value from a bot on the Razor. But early on, there certainly is a lot of value there for Kukuys. I would actually lean towards the Kukuys draft just a little bit more here, Mike. There's just something about the Razor into the Terrorblade matchup that leaves me a little bit concerned for WS. I don't think that's a lane that you feel comfy on the Terrorblade whatsoever. And I think this Tiny is just maybe a little bit over prioritized by Talon. Mind you, they have like this toss back into lasso play that can get done to kind of be annoying before Kuku has his full blink. There is some play potential there, but I'm not sure if it's really as strong as Talon seems to think. I mean, they did win a game with it, to be fair. I don't know if they can win a game again with this Tiny.
I don't think it's that bad, John. As long as it's not safe lane. I just don't want to see safe lane Tiny anymore. I get so sick of that crap. Let's get into it. Game number 4, best of 5 series. 2-1. Talon is still one game away from proceeding through to ESL 1 Raleigh. They've just got to make sure they don't mess this game up. It's Natsumi, still in very good spirits after that horrible game. More talk happening. Well, I feel like Cox has said the same thing about 20 times now.
Yeah, he's just saying Natsumi's full of himself. And about saying, stop doing it, Ed. Joel is saying, keep going Gyrocopter. Afad is saying, you are the best carry, not Palos. Bless. Armel's asking if this is a challenge for our godfather, Mr. Kuku. Kuku, of course, not chatting. He did say game, so it looks like game mode on for Talon. So strong, huh? Yes, Kuku. Yeah, of course.
Everything Kuku says, I just read it in his accent. You know, he's just got a very distinct voice and accent that is just, no matter what he writes, I'm just reading it in my mind in his voice and accent.
We should have like a text-to-speech generator based off of Kuku's voice, and I think that would be probably the best text-to-speech ever.
I mean, I've got one here, John. You are the text-to-speech.
Yes, I could do it when Kuku chats again. 3 subs from Natsumi. A bot calls him cheap for not giving 3 subs because no reply. But they're already looking at the streaming game once again. As we will have a very even trade in the bounties.
You gotta hustle, John. You gotta get those subs where you can. Pro game doesn't matter. Subs are all that matters, John.
That's fair. That's fair. We should have been pushing our voice lines more. We could all chat and say, check out our voice lines. Check the John Xfar and MP voice line and all chat. Instantly kicked from the lobby every time.
In fairness, you did push it as much as you possibly could, John. I didn't really do much. I'll give you credit, John. You did get me a few extra sales, so I'll say thank you. I never even paid you back for that. How rude of you.
I enjoy it. You know, I just like memeing. For me, it's more of the memes that this dumb caster would think anyone would care about his voice line. What we do care about is this mid lane, of course. You've got Armel up against Mikado. I work so hard to look for these weird segues. And this one is, again, very fine for Armel. He can play poke back. Every time you have the tree grab, it's pretty happy for Mikado in clearing, but pressuring Armel, it's not going to be too easy here, of course, as it tends to be up against the puck. So you're looking at a very even lane. Maybe some rotations could be nice, especially if you have room coming in from Jokam down the line. Speaking of Jokam, of course, he's working along with WS on the off lane. Terrorblade up against a bot and Ponyo. Mind you, Ponyo is still stuck at level 1. You have a little bit of time on that meta, but not much to get the hits off on WS. And again, for this lane, for a bot, that Plasma Field is going to do a ton of work on WS. This is not a comfy lane for the Terrorblade. He's going to need a little bit more HP. Just because, well, it's a very cheap spell with a lot of damage, and you don't have a lot of HP to kind of trade on WS. It's a decent enough reflection lane. Like, some damage onto a bot is always going to be nice, but as long as a bot has mana, there's always a threat back. So you should kind of temper yourself here, and it should lead to a very good time for the Razor. Of course, you've got some good static links that can come out later on as well. Still the last lane down bot. Natsumi once again in the DK, playing with Kuku on the Batrider, up against Cox on that Dawnbreaker with Joel on that Muerta. And this lane is, again, pretty good, straightforward lane for both sides. There's some good long-range poke here with Joel. If you can land the dead shots, you've got a good amount of magical damage to try to poke onto Natsumi early on. Of course, Natsumi does have the counterplay in Starbreaker cancel with just the Dragon Tail. You do have to kind of be careful about that in Cox. But beyond that, this is probably our most static lane. You're going to be farming up. You're going to be building up. And so long as Natsumi doesn't push the envelope too hard, you should be happy enough to just trade farm here. Of course, that does mean Cox will not be slowing down to his own timings with, say, the Blade Mail down line there.
We're not going to have a pause.
No more games. No more games.
Straight away we'll get to go, though. No problems here. Makoto having a pretty good time in the mid lane, by the way. Pretty even, I suppose, between the two, but Makoto pulling a little bit ahead on that Tiny. Does have the CS advantage, of course, when it comes to the Tiny versus Puck matchup. I mean, you can harass nicely on Armel's end of things, but it doesn't really matter that much. You know, you can never forget either. The craggy exterior innate for Tiny does make it so these right clicks don't do as much as they used to against his hero. So Makoto having a good old time. Side lane still going pretty smoothly. And nothing really to write home about. Like WS, you would have assumed would have had a much worse time so far, but he's actually having a great time. In fact, they're going to move in with the Metamorphosis onto Ponyo. Jokam hits the Blood Grenade onto Ponyo, and this should be a kill if they can keep up the vision, but no. He had a Heating Lotus available. It's the only reason the Ogre remains alive throughout all of this. But really, like, considering you are up against Razor Ogre, the lane's going actually better for WS than it is for a bot. Is Jokam again going to have a look around? Kuku's going to intervene now as well through the Twin Gate. And Ponyo has been caught for a First Blood attempt, and it will be going the way of WS.
Big movement across the map. And that is something you can get done when you have this DK safe. Once you're level 2, level 3 on Natsumi, you don't need much babysitting. Again, it's a very low action lane down bot. You can't afford to just leave that DK alone, get some movement across from Kuku. His impact is already felt. And that's a great start to Talon. In comparison to that high aggression we saw last game from the side of Kukuys. This time it's Talon that's able to get a little bit more across the gate. Still Natsumi hasn't gotten his support back in, so you've got the opening from Kukuys to just poke under the tower. He is still relatively healthy at the least. And again, for Cox, it's hard to line these Starbreakers up.
Ponyo down again. Kuku dropping low to Abart. Abart's still going for more, but Kuku does manage to Fairy Fire up just in the nick of time to buy them a bit more space to continue going after Abart. They'll get a dead shot here, but it won't make the difference. Jokam able to secure the kill here for himself on the Shadow Shaman. And Abart, he just dived so deep to try and secure that kill onto Kuku. But it costs him so heavily. And this is again a Razor lane that is losing to WS's TB.
Just not what you'd expect. I'd have to give props to Jokam for finding these angles to maximize that Metamorphosis whenever it's up with the Shackles. That's been one thing that's kind of giving them that spacing to actually get that work done. And because you're emphasizing the top lane a lot, you're giving this free mid to Mikado, who again isn't really being pressured by Armel. Hits a little pretty fast level 6, so he's got a lot of armor to play with from the right-click pokes, riding through that weaker point of the Tiny already. And the only thing you'd want left is really just rune control. Still emphasizing a bot up top here.
Oh, not again. A bot. He just can't catch a break. They go for the link. They do have some supports, but a bot is just taking too much damage. Second death for a bot, but more importantly, he's going to make the walk of shame back to the lane now.
It's a rough time. Again, you look at this comparison in what Talon's doing. Top lane's where all the action's at. Your safe lane for Natsumi is just pretty much uncontested. Yes, you're farming up in Cox, but so is Natsumi. He's not really held back too much. He is barely above a bot in farm, but this is a DK. Like, he will have that cleave. He will have some camps you can dig into. You will have some pressure once that level 6 is up. They're starting to swing around on the side of Kukuys to try to aid in mid. Power Runa was already taken earlier on, but Mikado.
Dakota jumps in. Jewel, safe for now. Armel moving in with the Dream Coil to try and help out. There's your Cluster Cluck coming out here as Ponyo still in danger. Should go down and oh, here comes WS. Immediate jaunt away from Armel, not liking what he's seeing.
Radiant's courier has
The
been
TB right now is looking way too potent every time Metamorphosis is up. And so all of that action, only one Ogre kill to go the way of Talon, but it is still nonetheless in the favor of Talon.
And this pressure is starting to mount to good things. Like, it's slowing down Armel. And back and forth
Cheeky
hits.
smiley face.
Yeah, I think it's been a rough for Cox, right? Like, sometimes he's coming up, he's trying to go for Starbreaker. Natsumi just holds on to the Dragon Tail until he sees that. There's really no play for the Dawnbreaker. And there's no mana as well to try to play with Solar Guardian. You do have that 6 up on Cox. He does have the Solar Ring at least. Again, he is farming relatively well here. So you have some combinations to play with.
You do. Armel. He's okay. Makoto's starting to become a bit of an issue on this mid-tiny. Rotations down bottom from Jules and Ponyo. Looks like they are going to have a look to see if they can deal with Natsumi. That's a tanky DK though. Bart's going to move in. Natsumi has TPs incoming, but he's taking a fair bit of damage already. Dead shot away. Natsumi's still alive, actually turning back around now. They'll take him down finally. There's a Bart, he can move into another. They're going to find the Shadow Shaman, and even Makoto, who's still around this area, is going to get caught as Cox giving it in the all chat. Nice call, DK.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ouch.
That was pretty lousy from Talon. They didn't quite bring everyone down, and a bot is calling it to Kuku for that little late of a rotation. They still might be able to try, but
oh, the trash talk's
okay.
kicking in, Jonathan.
Radiant's bottom tower
A bit prophetic there from a Bart. You know, he says nice call, Bat, and long behold, the Bat does show.
bottom tower has fallen.
yeah, and they're feeding away. Kukuys do manage to catch up. 1k lead their way, not a massive amount by any means, but you're setting things right for a bot who did have a slower start. Natsumi now bottom network core. Mikado still struggling into the phase boots, and we've seen what happens when tiny blink timing is off. The hero just feels awful if you don't manage to play around that insane power spike you get with a burst potential you have. The only blessing you have here on Talon is that WS has a pretty free time top, so the timing into the pipe is going to be nice and quick here for your offlane Terrorblade, but everything else is being sacrificed to an extent. And Talon are going to have to, again, brace themselves for the long haul where they have to get this farm up on Natsumi and kind of hit at least that blink on Mikado, because finding the angles are a little bit tough. And the levels aren't quite there. Like, Kuku's still level 4. Jokam at least is about to hit 6. They'll try to play with a smoke here. No lasso threat with a toss back, though. They could have enough damage with a hold. Just need to find an angle into a bot, but the scan already spots them anyway.
Radiant are
That's going to give the signal for a bot to play a lot safer in his more defensive camps.
Dire's structures
And Talon just miss out on more opportunities. Maybe find a tier 1 for the trouble. Certainly not find the kills they'd want to, again, get a grip in this game.
Dire's top
And the side of Kukuys definitely starting to show their muscle here.
Radiant's
Talon
tower is under
just
attack.
falling short off the mark. Even their mid just getting slowly poked by Armel. And there's just nothing you can do until you get those blink timings up. Which again are pretty stalled out, considering Mikado and his rotation down bot falling flat, and with Natsumi just even with a free lane not really finding a farm advantage for himself here. You're in a good foundation for Kukuys. Yes, you still have to kind of compensate for a bot being bullied out of that lane up top, but it does feel like the tempo of the Razors certainly a lot earlier to come online in comparison to the DK. Like, just this build up into the Manta and just the chase down potential you get off of that, maybe a BKB on top. You start to feel good about just dominating, say, around this 15-minute to 20-minute mark here for the side of the Kukuys, if Talon is not too careful.
Absolutely. For now, Talon's just going to sit back. Cox is caught up really nicely on this Stormbreaker now, second in net worth, only behind his own mid being Armel. Props to Cox. I mean, he was having a pretty rough time. But now not looking so bad at all. Of course, WS takes over the net worth board as the TB. He's been having a brilliant game. No deaths for him. I believe he's on to what? He's on to 1 kill, but 3 assists on the Terrorblade for now. Uncontested. Gonna have the pipe up pretty soon as well. It's still relatively even game for these two teams, as we are going to see a 2-man smoke. Now, Ponyo and Armel will stand behind the Bart. So they make the smoke somewhat obvious. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Cox has been caught, and, well, Kuku will let him, I'm not sure what he said, but he said something.
Yeah, he said, caught. Fully caught. You caught him. You caught the trash talker.
This is literally... Are these guys streaming right now or something? Like, there's so much all chat going on. You just assume they're actually trying to farm subs in this game.
Yeah. It's almost like a Pustaha Knights match. Still, let's see if this Gambit from side of Kukuys can pan out. And they manage to snag themselves the haste. Unfortunately, the Avalanche does connect, and Armel's not able to gap close. 6-5. They do have to commit the wards for that kill, which you'd just say at this point is worth. You're not looking to really shove in yet. You just want to recover in this game on the side of Talon, and that does give Mikado some much-needed farm injection. He's had some space to clear out these stacks now as well. Just clear out the jungle. Has that Blink Dagger on the way. So this is where we need to see Talon play to that tempo. Right? You might not be able to have that Blink on Kuku, but he will at least eventually have Lasso. He did opt for a 2-1-3 build, but no point in Lasso yet, so we need to wait for level 7. But once you do have Blink Toss back with Lasso available, you've got the chain control to potentially just burst any hero you see. Smoke out now for Mikado, Jokam, and Kuku. They don't have the forward wards to really spot anything out. We'll have to see if they can connect. At the very least, there's no scan to figure them out here. But it can be a little bit tough. Look at the positioning out from Kukuys. Joel already just hanging to break a smoke. They've got the ward watching if that smoke breaks in the river. Mikado kind of makes that smoke pretty clear as well with a toss back. And it doesn't look like Talon actually can get that angle they'd want off the fresh Blink. Maybe onto Armel. And he did pop haste. He is a harder target to pin down here.
They won't find much yet. Cox will let them know that they've completely missed out on practically everything they could have asked for in that bot lane. Nothing to come out of it. Now, a Bart top of the net worth board on the Razor, so even after that horrendous laning stage he was having, he's certainly caught up very nicely as he spotted out Kuku. Kuku going to be able to Firefly and just walk out of there, no problem. But you're in a very prime position here as Kukuys. Like, obviously just not looking to make any plays anytime soon, but your farm is caught up very nicely. Any fight that does break out should have Cox coming in with the Solar Guardian anyway, so you should feel very safe just playing a slower pace of game for the next, say, 5 to 10 minutes. I suppose Talon really don't mind that either, considering their own draft, considering the fact that they have this Dragon Knight that needs a lot more himself. And speaking of the devil, Natsumi does find the tier 1 mid tower. And in fact, Talon, they do seem like they're on the hunt. They have a full pipe up on WS. Can make some good work happen with it, but they're not really finding themselves any targets.
Again, you have some great defense.
Have a stun? No, they do not. Natsumi was actually silenced by his own Mask of Madness, so could not throw it out. 2 for 2. I believe favorable, though, for the side of Talon.
It's a little bit better killing off that high net worth Razor, having some activity out on Natsumi. Again, a very even game so far. 8-7, a 1k lead for Talon, not massive by any means, and the side of Kukuys are still hitting their strides. Like this, Ag's timing for Cox is set to come out. He has, again, been given free reign down bot, as we have seen him every single time this Dawnbreaker has come out for himself. You've also got Armel inching closer onto the blink timing of that puck, and it's already a little bit of an issue now to pin down Armel. That blink will just double down on the difficulties that Talon have been facing. I just like the way they're itemizing here as well on a bot. Like, just going into the BKB, he's going to go for the Lincolns after, just to ensure he's not going to be pulled back anytime soon or focused in before he can pop that BKB on. So they have a great read on the side of Kukuys as to how Talon are actually wanting to play and how they can counteract that. Talon, for their part, again, still finding some good build-up on Natsumi. He's managed to overtake now on that BK and net worth. He's got the Sanj up, going for the SNY into his own BKB. And the timings are starting to come online for that point where the DK is just a pretty troublesome frontliner. Mikado, for his part, also just finishes up the Echo Saber at this point. You can start to look into maybe the Phylactery afterwards, maybe the Conda build-up. There is room for something like a BKB if need be. They are trying to get a catch here.
Well, Makoto, he's caught out Armel though on the puck, and this is a bit of an awkward scenario for him. Lasso as well catching him out, but do they have the damage? They do. Armel is down. That's a big, big pick for Natsumi. Ponyo also going to drop. Double kill now for Natsumi, and suddenly you start to get a little bit concerned about Kukuys. Like, Armel dying, that was a big deal. A lot of gold.
Biggest, but almost 1,000 gold is a pretty good point for not seeming to be in one component ahead of the other heroes on the side of Kukuys. Kukuys, for their part, probably not the ideal timing for them to even force that fight, right? Like, Ags isn't done on Cox, you don't have that massive Solar Guardian factor to deal with just yet. They're still on the chase here from Talon, though, but a good sentry is going to make it a little bit awkward for Jocam to try to catch. But you can see the Talon starting to kick that pace up. They've got the damage with Makoto, they've got the control with Jocam, while the BKBs aren't up, while the Lincolns aren't up as well. And they just need to keep working these angles out. Mind you, they are going into this area without Kuku. Not that Kuku has lasso anyhow. I mean, just looking for a little bit of a quicker kill. Aren't able to really find that. And for the side of Kukuys, just a little bit of patience. You know, Cox is only 400 gold away from that full Ags. Just getting to that point. 1,000 gold away for a bot to have his BKB. And those two alone will simplify the game for you by a huge extent. The Lincolns are just going to take a little bit longer. Likely not able to get into that. Talon, however, just straight into Roche after not finding anything up top. Just go for this nice, simple objective. And with the damage Natsumi has, this does not take too long. They even commit the wards from Jocam just to ensure it goes speedily here. So, secondary lives are available. They'll actually hand it to Mikado. We do have that full Ags that we were talking about on Cox, so the added heal and the mischance on the Solar Guardian and the moving Solar Guardian should ensure that the same play onto Armel does not happen again. They just barely dragged him on the edge and keep themselves outside of the AoE of that Solar Guardian. Not quite the possibility any longer. So the chain stun with Shackles shouldn't be an issue. We'll just have to see if they can try to find some connections here on Talon. As Kukuys, again, once you start to hit some BKBs, things get complicated. Right now, you're reliant on Mikado to burst like this.
Yeah, Avalanche toss is there. Jewel doesn't quite die. Gets to pierce the veil off. Now, Makoto actually in a bit of trouble himself. Still has the Aegis, though, to play with. Jewel at least does make his way out of there. Kind of just putting the fear of God into him. Tier 2 mid tower going to be targeted by Talon. It really doesn't take very long. With this Dragon Knight just hitting like an absolute truck at the moment. That 300 damage per right click here with Natsumi. Of course, WS with the Demon Zeal as well, going to make short work of it. 4k advantage now. Natsumi almost posturing like he's going to go for that high ground attempt, but definitely not, as they are actually smoked up hunting down a Bart. But a Bart does leave at the right moment, does escape with his life intact.
Dire are
BKB up as well now for a bot, so I think it might be time to just take this Tormentor and smoke. Thing is, you would be smoking into an Aegis, which is maybe not very advised, but with the BKB timing of a bot, you also don't necessarily want to sit back.
No. Do want to get max use out of that. Again, Razor is a very high tempo hero. Kind of want to play as aggressive as possible. You do want to find those angles out. The side of Talon don't really have their own BKBs ready anyhow. You are lacking just a recipe here on Natsumi, but he's the closest one. Mikado's a little bit ways off from it. Of course, on the offlane TV, WS is not going to gun for it yet. Trying to get his Sanjin Yasha up for a little bit more presence on that hero. They are smoked up on Kukuys, but no one down south, so no one to really spot out here, as Talon have already crossed back onto the other side of the map. And they still have a little bit of time in the Aegis. Not as much, 2.5 minutes still to try to make a play here on Mikado. But chances are for Talon, they're also just going to wait for their own BKBs before really forcing anything too deep. They're just a little bit of a farming Aegis for the most part here outside of that tier 2 take. Again, not that you mind, because Mikado's BKB timing ties in with Natsumi's BKB timing, which ties in with the Sanjin Yasha of WS. And you are slowly reaching the points where it's a little bit harder to manage that side of Talon once, again, their own BKBs are up. We'll have to see. Kukuy is still walking with another smoke here. And this time the angles are a little bit closer.
Well, they do catch one. Kuku, the Batrider, has gone down. Eventually, surely, Kuku, no way in hell.
What?
Oh my god.
What?
What do you mean? He laughs at him as well.
Oh, what the heck?
There's no way. How did that happen?
Just not enough. He's got the solar
barriers
crest
coming in.
Yeah, just enough of a barrier for him to survive through. And well, that's the smoke broken. That's a couple of the tools revealed if they manage to go through the inventories here. Maybe seen that a bot BKB. Talon get the smoke up now off the back of that. And they have that fresh BKB on Natsumi as well. It's all a matter of getting this angle out with Mikado taking point. Maybe not the biggest in the supports though here.
Well, they're going to find Ponyo first. Mikado should make short work of him. Though Ponyo's still running as Natsumi actually backed off there for a second. Eventually, though, they should have him. The flame break does not help, and he actually makes it. Oh my god. Ponyo gives it back now.
Oh my god, this is so dumb. These streamers, man.
What's wrong with these
streamers? Oh, this is too much content. I think, and it's not even Armel. Armel's the content king. This is just Kuku and Ponyo getting in on the content train now. SNY fully done for WS at release. A little bit harder to pin down or Terrorblade at this point. Aegis is set to expire now, so that opening for Mikado is gone, but the BKB, not too far off. Just the recipe away. Just about 50 gold, and he's going to have that up. The scan does reveal that position up top here from the side of Kukuys, but it's not like they can really get on top of that. In fact, I'm a little bit curious as to why Kuku was queuing up a pipe when they already have a pipe on WS. You could go for a blink. I guess that's content. Double pipe wins game. Most broken strategy in Dota 2. You know, I can see
the thumbnails already. It's perfect. You're a genius, Jonathan.
Oh yeah.
Wait, we'll see if Kuku actually finishes this.
He's the real genius. He's the content king now. He's the godfather. Now, how could I forget? The godfather of all things Dota. From content to gameplay. That's what Kuku is. 10-7. 7k lead for Talon. And Aegis has expired, but you have managed to get to the point where Natsumi is just massive. Is going for the MKB first, so anticipating something like some evasion come in, just wanting to have a Pierce to go through the Solar Guardian evasion for sure. He's going to have some options there. A bot showing himself a little bit early, but no real jump options. Again, you don't have a blink. I mean, you have a blink on Jokan, but no blink on Kuku to follow through, so it is a little bit risky.
Well, he's getting a 4-star. Johnny, he's not going pipe, thankfully, on the Batrider, so... You know, still the 4-staff is coming out here for Kuku. Should be good enough. Mikado to jump in. Top tier 2 tower not going to be defended. Instead, Armel just trading for the tier 1 mid, which has been left there for quite a while.
Radiant's bottom tower
Doesn't seem like
is under
Kukuys really feel like they're in a good position to try and get any fights going. Which I kind of agree with anyway. I don't think they're in a very good position to force a fight.
No.
Unless they can find like a pick off first, you know, make it an uneven kind of 5v5, but it's just not happening right now.
No.
Talon not giving those openings over.
bottom tower is under attack.
The one thing I do like seeing here from Kukuys is that you are getting this progression on a bot for the refresh. And that's when the Razor gets crazy. It doesn't feel like you really need to refresh the BKB at this point because it's still 9 seconds, but just double static link, double Eye of the Storm is pretty devastating. And that's something Talon has to be a little bit weary about as the game scales on. And the Razor does have this mid-late game spike with a refresh orb up. And a bot is making steady progress to it. He's not been contested too hard in this game in the past, really, 10 minutes. It feels like this game is kind of stagnated here. So you will have those timings lined up. Again, you've got the Lincolns that Armel's been queuing up for some time now. Hell, you'll even have the full Assault Cuirass coming in from Cox. A lot more output from the Dawnbreaker with all of that minus armor on her swipes now, once that is available. And for Talon, again, you're maintaining the 7k lead. It's not the biggest lead in the world. It's mainly down to really just not Sumi for the most part, and probably a little bit more on how Cox is slightly behind the pack here. So it's still a rather even game, even with that 7k lead up. And does provide opportunities for the side of Kukuys, again, to hit the spike with that double BKB, double static link, double Eye of the Storm for a bot. And you've got that full defensive Lincolns up for Armel. A little bit more protected from the Dragon Tail, from the Shackles, from the Hex. Provides a window for the puck to dodge out. Roshan still a minute 50 until we see when it is back up. So some time and some openings here for Kukuys to try to shove out and maybe set up some forward vision. It is going to be a nighttime spawn, but not for too long. It will kind of swing down bot almost instantaneously. Inside of Talon, again, they're kind of chilling out. They've almost got the Orchid up on WS. You are getting a 4-staff on Jokam, and he's keeping track of Roshan. They will lose their tier 2 bot, just kind of surrendering that to Kukuys, so they'll take a freebie where they can find it.
Mid, or rather top.
Radiant's bottom
Not
tower
going to make
is
the
under
complete
attack.
jump in onto Jewel. Roshan's still about a minute away from respawning, but Talon, they have got prime position to secure that next Roshan. Already just guarding the area around the pit. Refresher Orb almost up now for Aban. Just about, there you go, he's bought it out right now, so no buyback gold available for the Razor, but you've got the Refresher Orb up, so the Razor can be a huge pain in the ass now. MKB built up on Natsumi though to ensure that Aghanim Scepter evasion from Cox with the Solar Guardian not going to be quite as impactful as it once was. And they have smoked up off the back of this. They want to get a fight going. They might actually run right into Cox. He's not too careful, and they do catch him. The Orchid is out. Cox has no play here. He's just going to die. And he's actually down for 70 seconds. He just put out an AC, I believe.
He did. Didn't go for anything defensive as well. Maybe feeling like he's not showing up to these fights anyhow, but that does provide that pick-off opportunity. And I love this read on Talon. Instantly pinging onto the mid. There is a rear smoke here from the side of Kukuys, if Talon did decide to run down. And Kukuys themselves have this very odd opportunity to go for Roshan. But they are going to have to cede high ground. We've got the damage going with Natsumi and those Serpent Wards coming in. Doesn't take too long for the damage to really escalate. Kukuys still walking the long way back with that smoke. Again, this refresh reveal on a bot could be massive. They are in a very weird spot for Talon. This could be a good flank around from the side of Kukuys, but they're not fully committing to it yet. They will just surrender with racks, maybe look for some stragglers from this awkward off flank here.
Kukuys still not out of it yet. One rack's down. They're going to find Ponyo now. WS happily running in, but he's found out there's a lot of heroes around this area, so WS just trying to get out. He's actually surviving thanks to the cluster clock. As they continue to try and go for this fight, they're going to find Ponyo in the end. Abat's still trying to find Kuku. Does eventually get the Bat Rider. Armel's looking for more. He'll move in onto the Shaman. Glimmercape not really helping, but he will cluster clock again. Not much they can do about that as the chase continues once again, but Makoto puts a halt to it as Bart still moving in, does find WS. Now WS not popping the BKB, in fact he didn't even have one. He'll go down, onto the Shaman they'll go, the Glimmer Cape though buying the space that Joe Cam needs to get out, and he'll blink as Armel! Armel gets caught! Jewel also down, Bart trying to get away, does manage the TP. But as soon as Armel got caught, that fight was as good as over. They could not keep it up. And sadly, Roshan is going to be available and Talon will rush for the pit.
They've got the advantage. That was a little bit of an awkward time for WS. Again, that fight was also, for a long time, didn't even have Natsumi really showing up there with the damage. So the fact that Talon were still playing decently enough into a little bit of an awkward timing does not bode well for the side of Kukuys. That is your big refresh reveal on a bot. Not amounting to as much. Not really able to get the best second use out of that static link. The Roshan, again, as you mentioned here, might freebie for Talon. Aegis hands it to Mikado. They've got the Roche banner as well to aid in that siege onto the next set of racks. Still one outer tower left for the side of Kukuys. We'll have to still manage that on the side of Talon first. But Talon getting into control in this game. 14-9, 11k lead Talon's way. Natsumi, a good 4k ahead of a bot. And is just going into that full Daedalus now to really burst down these heroes. Only lacking that Demon Edge. Kukuys, they're starting to have some issues. Right? It doesn't feel like the Solar Guardian's actually doing as much in this game with how scattered Talon's making these fights happen. You have to always be weary from Cox to be caught out as well. Like, if he's actually caught, then the point of this hero is just gone. It really is all about that Solar Guardian, all about that second life. Almost like a free reset. It almost functions like an offensive song on the side of Kukuys. And in that, you have this position that you can't just force out fully. We didn't really see it in that bot fight from Cox. And for Talon, this game is just simplifying. You have BKB Pierce with Kuku, with a lasso. Again, he doesn't have Blink, but he's still been finding some pretty big lasso backs anyhow. Still, it's been shaping up here for Batrider 5. You've got the full Conda up for Mikado, so there's a ton of damage for him to pump out now. Even on the right click, and he does have a shard up for that permanent tree grab now. So things are shaping up here for Talon. Maybe the one thing you'd want to see, if you are looking at Talon to kind of close out, is something like a BKB and WS, and the silences have been ruining him. And he is still opting for a Dragon Lance instead. Still, high ground does begin. Wards dropped with a Roche banner, and this does not take too long. Can't go for the Megas, but we'll at least have
big
two
jump.
as well.
Abart's been caught. Makoto with the perfect initiation. Abart can't afford to die like this. He'll BKB and run, but the chase is on. Natsumi really wanted that kill. They will miss out for now. Abart barely surviving, but he's been left without a BKB. He's going to TV back into the team fight. This could be the last one. If Kukuys can't make this one work, he'll refresh the BKB now. On to the DK there, go Natsumi, standing his ground, but about doing a lot of work with this double Eye of the Storm. Will take down the Dragon Knight. Makoto in trouble. He's still got the Aegis up, but he will lose it. So they've got on the top racks, but it's going to cost them a big team fight. Makoto, I don't think, can make some magic happen here. He's out of gas. He'll end up going down. Triple kill for Abart. They'll even find Joe Cam. The only person to make it out of there apparently was WS. But you did get the second barracks, so it's you tell me if it's worth the trade, John.
I think it still is, but it just complicates this game. You couldn't go for Megas because Tier 2 still stands. Roche is still a ways off until it's back up. It's a big window of opportunity here for the side of Kukuys to actually regain some map control and even think about the Tier 3. The bot is exposed. There's a mid-tier 2 that you can take and an easy Tier 1 top, which maybe not the highest priority for them at this moment. And you are seeing some of the issues in kiting. Like, again, a bot chooses a good moment to just refresh and head back in, resets in that fight, and manages to get that isolation onto Natsumi, who is going back now for a Hurricane Pike just to break that static link. Was just a bit of a sitting duck in the middle of all of that, as he didn't really have a way to be dragged out by his team. Respawns are fairly short, but even if a Tier 2 falls, the high ground doesn't really become a reality yet for the side of Kukuys. But they did take that fight into Aegis. And I get why you give Mikado the Aegis, because, well, you have a 2 transformation here, so don't really enjoy their second lives anyhow. But it is causing issues with how aggressive Natsumi wants to be playing here. And feels like Mikado's the one kind of sitting a little bit slightly behind after the Ava tosses out.
Still has no BKB available on the TB, so it's very hard for him to try and turn.
Radiant's top tower.
They'll take the T1 top tower here with the Bart. But I don't even think they'll be able to stick around for a tier 2, but I suppose maybe they could.
Yeah.
Okay, it's probably not worth the risk, even with the TB down, let's be honest.
Not quite. They will just play it safe. They don't have that much more to play off on the map, though. Right, like, it's only the tier 2 left. There's no Roshan, so maybe just some forward ward control could be it. This choice of not having the BKB and WS certainly is costing him. I mean, he's going back for it now for sure, but whether or not he has enough time before anything major happens is another question. And it's such a strange thing with this game. We're only at 28 kills at 37 minutes, but it has felt pretty impactful. Like, all of these kills have mattered a lot in this game. All of these pickoffs have brought the game to where it is right now. And I think for the side of Kukuys, again, these recent kills have evened out the game by a huge degree. Only a 2k lead left for Talon. This timing on Razor when you've got Satanic with a refresh is just ridiculous with how much this hero can just present itself up front. Even a Lincoln's being farmed up now by a bot. And that presents so many issues here for Talon. Again, it just feels like Fuku without the blink is starting to maybe have some issues finding the lassos they'd want here. You put a lot of reliance onto Mikado to actually just blink Avatos along with a follow-through from Chokam, which is easier said than done for any of these guys to just maintain that without the potential to drag back into a safer position for Talon to play in. And again, the lead is just slipping away. No lead to really speak of. 1k now. All the core is pretty evenly farmed. Natsumi and the bot evenly farmed. Mikado and Armel pretty even. WS and Cox pretty even. There's no real advantage to speak of. And again, it just makes this late game a very 50-50 affair. Like, you hit this Ags timing on Armel. That Dream Coil is just going to hurt so bad. Fortunately, he doesn't have the level 25. If he had the debuff Pierce, then you are for a world of hurt. But as it is now, at the very least, you can still run away fine here on Talon. They're not forcing down the bot lane either. They're wanting to maybe look for an endgame fight and force it onto the tier 4s, leaving that bot Satarax alone. But I'm a little bit surprised they don't just play it safer. Push in bot, correct that lane, get the tier 2, maybe wait for the next Roche, and then just kind of go for mega creeps first. So that's also just kind of giving room out to the side of Kukuys. The fact that this tier 2 stands, the fact that mega creeps aren't a full threat, is giving them a lot of breathing room in this game that I don't think Talon should be giving out, honestly. It's a little bit surprising that's just there. And I like the confidence from Kukuys. Look at this. They've got this very deep high ground ward down bot after getting those pushes out earlier. They might still be able to get to use them. Because again, Talon haven't really corrected bot. There's still time for Roche. They've got the Satanic up on Natsumi at least. So he did opt for that instead of a Force Staff. So there is still the issue of the chase down from a bot being very relevant here. At least you have a Force Staff on WS and Kuku, but again, that wasn't there to save him last time around. We'll have to see if this is a quick Roche as well. It'd be to the benefit of Talon, but no, it's a longer one at 2 minutes 40. Nonetheless, smoke out from Talon with these fresh items up. Again, to be fair, if they take one good fight and just go into the tier 4s, there's not a lot of buybacks in the map right now. A bot needs 1,000 gold for his. Armel needs 700. Cox need 1,000 as well. Like, one fight could end this.
They're sneaking in. Nobody shows yet. Oh, Armel, that's the target you'd really want to burst down. Solar Guardian, is it enough? Armel somehow still alive. Finally will go just before the fight really breaks out. He's got no buyback either. Here comes Abat though, at least trying for Kuku. He won't find that. The wards will kind of block him in there for a second as WS actually running forward, trying to find a Sunder target. Won't find one yet. Meanwhile, Abat losing too much HP.
No buybacks.
He's gone. That might be it. Talon may have done it. I think this is game over, John. There's no buybacks left. Talon should be your SCA representatives here for ESL 1 Raleigh. And the GG is called. Congratulations are out. Talon, I mean, I'll be frank, John. They made it look easy, this whole qualifier. Kukuys, they gave them a fight in game 3. But overall, Talon, they certainly were the best team here in the close qualifiers for SCA.
That they did. I mean, big props to Kukuys for actually giving Talon one loss, right? Because they were set for a perfect run